Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I am Atlas, and I am joined by LS. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
What?
I was a little bit sick, but I'm back and I'm ready to cast.
What? Hang on, wait a second. Something's going on here. Please, just to, I know it's weird to do a test right now, but just to make sure, what's your opinion on Leandri's Torment?
Oh, it's the best item in the game, guys.
All right. Okay, so it is LS. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hang on. Maybe one other thing. What is the best book in the game?
That would be Magi's Soul Stealer.
All right, good. Okay, so LS, really excited to have you along again after yesterday's sick matches that we had. We thought we were going to speed run through, but then we had a very, very long final series, which was ultimately the expected outcome, but Gen G were made to work for it up against APK, who came back in game number 2. As you can see right here, still in first place as that match score has continued to rise. T1 still in second place and will be able to join Gen G, but not their point score because there's been a few too many 2-1s here for T1. And then afterwards, Afrika versus Griffin is a huge match, to be perfectly honest. Griffin want to make it up to that 5-win mark. All of these teams in the east side of the bracket are desperate for 7 wins. If they can get to 7 wins, they should be safe and clear of relegations.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road, though, Atlas. There's so many great teams up at the top, especially, and you've got to know that some of those teams down at the bottom still have one of these 3 teams to go up against. As you can see, Gen G has Humalife and KT, T1 Sandbox, KT Afrika, Dragon X has Damwon, Afrika, and APK. So this is the final race to get a bye into the finals. This is how you get directly into the finals. Of course, those 3 teams at the top will be vying for that direct seed up there. And, well, it seems like Sandbox still has a chance, somehow, some way. They probably need all these teams above them to lose.
And
they
a
need to
miracle.
win. Yeah.
100. No, they need all of the teams, like, nearly above them to lose. Or at least one team in the playoffs to lose, and they need to win everything. That's how it's going to have to work for Sandbox if they're going to make it out. But if they beat T1 today, there is a possibility. And Sandbox have been doing some winning somehow, some way. I'm not entirely sure how they've been doing it, but they've managed to. Summit's come back, and he seems to be on some pretty decent form, and even going down a game 2 hasn't seemed to tilt them off the planet. So, look, there's a possibility. I highly doubt it's going to happen, but still, it's a possibility. And T1 are coming off a loss against Griffin that just recently, a loss to Darm1 that just recently lost to Griffin. So, I mean, who knows what the power levels are as we have a look at the points of the match. Sandbox to avoid relegation and T1 to head straight to the finals. And yeah, same league and different sides of the league. T1 are vying for that ticket to the ship, and Sandbox are just trying not to drown.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for both of them. I mean, T1 coming off of that loss, as you mentioned, there's no guarantee that they're just going to come in here and sweep like they have before in prior competitions. And Sandbox, even though they're looking good, they have to get through T1 and 2 other teams, so it's not going to be easy. And you can see the worst schedule just started for Sandbox. T1, KT, and Dom1 in a row, with Dom1 looking better. You said it before, Atlas, they're really going to need a miracle, and I don't know if that's coming this spring.
I don't know either. And I don't think T1's the one that wants to give it to them either. It's going to be a very difficult task, but let's see what Sandbox are going to be able to do here. As you can see, the stats do not lie, although first turret percentage is not great here for T1. As you can see, 9th so far in the league. They have been playing pretty slowly, to be perfectly honest. But they've been slowly playing to victories more often than not. And I think a lot of it has to do with Teddy just being so incredibly consistent at this end of the regular season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think Faker also overall looking better. We'll have to see how he does coming off of that loss, though, in the last time they did play. You could see that the lineup here for Sandbox, Punch is going to be starting, but also Summit, importantly, will be coming in here. So I think, in my opinion, this would be the best lineup that they do have currently. So, like to see it here against T1.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I struggle to work out which the best jungle choice is here for Sandbox. Of course, Punch does have the veteran status, but I don't know whether he necessarily has the skills that OnFleek does. But OnFleek does seem to be a little bit out of sorts in recent weeks, so you could certainly understand why they're going with Punch this time. T1, it's Cuz back in that main role. We did see Elim. He came back for their most recent match, but it wasn't a victory, and so it's understandable that they're going to bring back the most experienced lineup they have available to them, and that's what you see on your screen here in Kana, Cuz, Faker, Teddy, and Effort. And our key matchup is going to be Punch versus Cuz, so bringing in the veterans, both teams, but Cuz has certainly seen a better performance, apart from his kill participation at 15 minutes not being so good. And this is how Cuz plays, to be perfectly honest. He tends to do his own thing for the first 15 minutes of the game and then joins in team fights afterwards. And I'm looking to see Cuz get some more work done in the beginning of the match to try and influence the game, because sometimes you have that syndrome where if you're a jungler on a good team, it hides all of your weaknesses. I want to see Cuz actually emphasize his strengths here as we get towards the end of the season.
Yeah, like you're saying, you can see some of the stats down at the bottom really highlight his play style. He loves to counter jungle. He's first in the league for junglers and will be getting in your face, whereas he's going up against the highest kill participation at 15-minute jungler in Punch, which is surprising. I wouldn't have expected that stat for Punch, but that's one way that Sandbox can get ahead. You know, draft that kind of early to mid-game composition that they love, and get Punch in your face, get a bunch of lanes ahead, and then slowly just push T1 out of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do here as we get into ban and pick for game number 1. Sandbox will start off on blue. T1 on the red side is already LeBlanc. The Trundle, Callista, and Senna and Aphelios already banned away. The 4 80 carries have left the Rift. These are the ones that are the highest priority here in the LCK. If you guys have been living under a rock, Trundle has certainly launched into very, very high priority here. And that is going to mean the ban equals an Olaf pick here for Sandbox, as Trundle was generally considered the pick into the Olaf to shred his resistances when he shreds them himself with the Ragnarok, and also the Pillar being so strong against the Olaf. But don't need to really talk about the old Trundle because he is no longer available. Cuz will be most likely picking the Jarvan here, but we'll see what Canna is going to go towards as Set is available. And Cuz thinking about going back to some comfort as the Gragas is locked away. Cuz widely known as the best Gragas here in the LCK, and that was still true when Score was still playing. Sorry to Score, he has a phenomenal legacy on that champion, but at the point in time when Score was still playing and Cuz was on King's Zone, he was the better Gragas.
Absolutely. And I'm LS today, so I do not like the Olaf pick. But they do have an opportunity to pick up something like Yuumi Ezreal and, get that Olaf rolling and also have a very strong bottom lane. Looks like they're going to be hovering the Zoe, which if you pick up Zoe Ezreal, that is one way to, make kind of an identity for your composition. Lots of poke to try to avoid the very defensive team fight ultimate that is the bullet time and the ability for Gragas to just, present and create that kind of a team fight for the Misfortune. Very curious where they're going to go. They will actually move into the Ezreal, so the Valdanalist strikes again.
Straight up nailing it, and I actually really like this draft so far for Sandbox. Going to mean that T1 either needs to pick away the Yuumi or ban it, because Yuumi's value goes up extraordinarily high in this composition as well. Yuumi Ezreal, a decent lane. Yuumi Olaf, really difficult to deal with in the mid to late game. So I do very much like what they've done here, as Effort could decide to pick that one away. Of course, the Misfortune Yuumi is a decent combo. I like to call it the last time as far as their ultimates are concerned. As our Faker thinking about going towards a favorite here, as the Azir will be locked away. His win rate on that champion pretty damn high at this point in time here in the LCK, as it's his most played so far at 7 games, and he has a 71% win rate on the champion. So not too bad at all here for Faker. And also, they now just have themselves a very stable team composition, as you can see already. Looking for some physical damage from the top side of the map, as they do have a magic damage jungler. And the Yuumi, like we were talking about, is going to be banned away here. Sandbox probably not too worried about that. Gorilla has a very deep champion pool, although I expect the last ban will be the Tahm Kench. I know you're cosplaying some LS right now, Vandanalyst, and you're not going to be happy about the Tahm Kench, but I guarantee that if Sandbox have that available to them, they will pick it. That is just a guarantee.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The Yuumi ban, probably the most obvious one of the split coming out of T1. You got to take that away. Notice that the Set is also going to be banned here, taking that away from Kana and potentially even Effort, who does love his, tanky, beefy supports. So
yep,
we'll see if
mixing
that
it up
Tahm
in the
Kench,
support role.
there it is going to be banned away.
Look, the Valdanalist has got it, but the Atlanalist. I guess that's what we're going to have to go with. I've nailed it as well. So 2 play-by-plays make a right. That's what we're discovering right now.
Yeah, brother.
As the Jace is going to be banned away. And the Nautilus, understandably, is going to be picked up. T1 going for the most bread-and-butter draft possible. Watch for the Aatrox pick to be locked away if Summit doesn't pick that one up for himself. Now that the Tahm Kench is banned, the next cab off the rank is 100% the Braum. So Braum Aatrox would be the most LCK decision that you could make at this point in time. I'm really hoping that Summit doesn't go there, but a blind top laner, I have to feel like it's going to be the Aatrox. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I don't want to get your hopes up or anything to have any sort of fun pick involved in this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially it's Summit, it's blind pick. This seems, it's like that train that's going full speed straight into the wall, It's like you can't stop it, but you know it's coming.
Mm-hmm. And it did.
Very predictable.
I hope that was like ripping off a Band-Aid for the collective in chat, and not like just drawing out the Aatrox pick. We did the best that we could. As our T1 is going to go down their priority list, and they will find themselves a Renekton most likely. We've got animals in the solo lanes, theoretically, but the Lucian is going to be switched. And Canna is looking to go toe-to-toe here with Summit on the top side of the map. This is really interesting, because Canna had a bit of a woeful series in their last one that we saw against Damwon. It was not the T1 performance that we really wanted to see. And so, really good to see him, at least making a confident pick. And we'll see whether it is going to actually pay off, because this is a lane that Lucian can smash. But Summit is a player that can go against a lane matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen him do that before. That's part of the reason why we love Summit. He's great in his lane, even when he gets behind, which we did see last week. He got back like 0-2, 0-3, and then somehow came back to win the MVP, I think it was, of the game. And yeah, he's going to be just fine, I'd assume, but I do like the Lucian coming in with that composition. The Renekton would probably, what LS would say, is off theme, whereas the Lucian can scale up alongside of the Misfortune and the Azir. You've got Gragas and Nautilus to pull off the engages. Very balanced, straightforward composition there from the side of T1, whereas the side of Sandbox, you do have Olaf Aatrox, which do like to go kind of head first, and then you have Zoe, Ezreal, Braum to disengage and poke, so a little bit of a lopsided composition there.
I actually really like the Sandbox comp because all of these champions spike on 2 items. You are going for mid-game, and that is where Sandbox plays towards, and we've seen this comp so many times. Thankfully, as we are in sepia mode, so we will be able to go straight into a Pog State podcast. Welcome, Vandanalyst. You are going to have to be my right-hand man for this one. But it does mean that we can break down these compositions a little bit more. And I do think that Sandbox do have themselves a pretty well-rounded mid-game composition that can theoretically snowball if given the opportunity. And T1 went from their idea of having like meat shield tank on the top side of the map in the Renekton, who does do a fair bit of damage, I guess, to the squishies. Things like that also is going to be able to spike relatively early, as we do have some sort of issue, and we are going to make sure that we rectify it as soon as possible. But yeah, with the Lucian in the composition, I feel like they don't necessarily have much of a front to back with the fact that they have Azir, Lucian, and Misfortune all quite squishy, and the Gragas is not going to be building any tanky stats or anything like that. So it might be that T1 have sort of drafted themselves into this situation where they also need to get themselves ahead around the mid-gamers. Here we are, resuming the match, and we'll see whether Sandbox can utilize this particular comp to get themselves some advantages. As I do like Punch on the Olaf, and I love Dove Zoe. Dove is one of our fringe Zoes. I like to think that there are like 4 just epically good Zoe players in the LCK, and I think that Dove shifts in and out of those tier lists quite often.
So
has some pop-offs.
Like Faker, BDD, Chovy.
Yeah. Well,
Dove.
those 3. And I guess Dove. But Showmaker is definitely there as well. So BDD, Showmaker, Chovy, Faker would be the first 4. They're fantastic on the pick. BDD is certainly showing that with his 1000th kill yesterday. Picking that one up in their 3rd game against APK. They needed to lose the 2nd just so that he could make it past the 999 mark. You can understand exactly why that happened. But Dove certainly has drifted in and out. I think that Dove at the moment is sort of fighting with Showmaker as that 4th place Zoe player. And Faker also had a lopsided performance on the champion as well recently. But I don't know whether that was necessarily on him in that particular game. As Sandbox going for a late invade as they get towards this blue buff, but you can see Cuz nowhere near them.
Yeah, he's just minding his own business. This is going to be scouted out, so not 100% sure why they do want to put so much focus on the bottom side of the map. I'm not sure if they think they can actually dive this Misfortune with something like a Braum Olaf, but they are just going to go ahead and go top and bottom, split the map right down the middle, and have that Gragas farm out the top side. You'll see that as the Predator jungler, we've seen this route many times before, where you can go and clear your red side of the jungle and then go back and pick up boots really early if you'd like. We'll see if he does want to opt into that strategy, as he may feel a little bit of pressure to go in and invade into his opposing jungler's jungle.
Yep, vertical jungling could certainly be the aim of the game here. As you can see, full clear actually by Punch as he walks over a ward. So full knowledge here available as another hook is going to land bottom side. But no harm, no foul. Gorilla made it to level 2, so he does have the Unbreakable and is going to keep himself alive. As now Canna just trying to get as much harassment onto Summit as possible. The bone plating not quite able to keep him too healthy here in this matchup, which is definitely rough for the Aatrox, especially in the earlier levels. As this is the first Olaf Punch, interestingly enough. Of course, it's an on-fleek special, so looking at Sandbox playing Olaf makes a hell of a lot of sense. But interesting that our Punch hasn't been on this one just yet.
Yeah, and it's also the first Ezreal for Root, so definitely a guy who was known as the new Teddy, right? The guy that was up and coming on Jin, moved over to Sandbox and is looking to make a name for himself there. As trouble will land here. We do have Gragas nearby, though.
Yep, he's Predatoring in, but isn't going to be able to find Dove there. Dove with the move slightly to the left strategy. I liked it, as now Cuz, without body slams, going to have to flash away from Punch here. I don't know whether that was entirely necessary, but playing as safe as possible.
Yeah, that was confusing. Notice that he did go back, he picked up his Predator boots, and because he did that, he was not able to invade into the Olaf's jungle, and he's down about 3 camps right now. We're going to take a look at what Summit has to say. Punch doesn't want top side. Sometimes it's a bummer, but I think he is a balanced jungler. I am also learning how to win by hanging in without much jungle pressure and attention. Although, as we say that, Punch was heading up to the top side, spotted by a ward.
Yep, you can see Canna's just going to go back to base. We'll see what he actually picks up for himself. I'd like a cull purchase right here just to make sure that he guarantees some extra gold, but instead he's going to go for double longswords, looking to try and get himself as close to his Blade of the Ruin King as soon as possible. As our lifetime win rate here is 76% on the Gragas here for Cuz. Rounding up a little bit, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is 25-8 is a pretty good win ratio. And you might be looking at this first-time Ezreal situation for Root, but all-time, it's actually his most played champ, so very, very comfortable here on the Ezreal.
Absolutely, and it's just surprising that it's taken so long to have it come in here. We have seen a lot of Ezreal into Misfortune, actually. You can see down at the bottom. So 11.6% of all matches in Spring. There has been, I suppose, 22 matches of Ezreal versus MF, and Ezreal is currently ahead 14-8. So I'm actually liking all these kind of miscellaneous extra stats we're getting here in 2020. I feel like it really adds to the discussion. You know, are we going to get more Ezreal dominance in the bottom lane up against MF, or does it mean anything? Is it really just because of the players that were playing the champions?
No, I really like it as well. I feel like it does deviate us away from, you know, getting those Pog State conversations in, but I think a lot of viewers will be okay with that, to be perfectly honest. So I like it. I like it a lot, as Punch is going to start off this Infernal Drake, which will be the first one spawning here of the game, hoping that the next one is going to be a Cloud, so that we don't have any Cloud Soul situations like you guys may have witnessed in the game number 5 of TSM versus good old 100 Thieves. Did you watch that one, LS? I don't want to give away spoilers to anyone if they were perhaps sleeping or something like that, but just go watch it. It was a good series.
Yeah, I stayed up and I watched all the way to game 4, and then I just passed out. I was like, I can't stay awake any longer. It's like 8 a.m. here in Korea.
So I did the opposite. I actually woke up at 7 a.m. because I couldn't sleep, and then managed to catch the rest of it as Summit Flash misses a Q. That is bad news, Bears, but does trade flashes with the Lucian, which is certainly good news for the Aatrox, as Summit actually winning in farm as he takes away this CS, and Canna's only going to lose more as, never mind, he's not winning, he's just even because he decided to miss the majority of those, but Cast a Curse is pretty real, as Effort's going to make that first roam towards this mid lane. Battlestar comes down, there's the Emperor's Divide, and has to use the barrier that he picked up for himself. The Ignite was there, but First Blood does go to Effort with that Ignite as Summit misses another Q. And now Punch making his way in to try and capitalize on the loss of Flash, but that was a great play from Faker, just making sure that he didn't leave any room. And the Battlestar very greedy there from Dove.
Absolutely. I'm just so perplexed as to why he wouldn't use his flash right at the beginning. I saw it was off cooldown unless it was some kind of spectator bug. He could have just flashed the engage, but he really needed that really needed that ranged minion, I suppose, so that's really unfortunate. Ended up blowing his flash late anyway. So,
I guess he was expecting Faker to flash on top of him or something like that, and understood that maybe he'd have to wait for Faker's flash before his flash was actually going to be worthwhile. So assumed that he was already dead. Let's have a look at this one more time and just see how dumb it was.
It is available. He sees Nautilus. Just flash! You see the Emperor's Divide coming out. Like, you just got a flash. I don't understand. That was really greedy from the side of Dove, especially after seeing the replay. It didn't really help his case too much, Atlas.
Nope, not going to lie to you. I entirely agree, and blowing the flash late anyway really cancels any argument of, oh, well, I was dead anyway, like I was going for, because he used it at the end for absolutely no reason at all, because he was definitely just going to die. Maybe leaning too much into the fact that he picked up a barrier with his W, but I don't know, man. I'm running out of excuses to try and make that one okay, as Effort and Teddy just going to wander up towards the river, and Punch is going to go back home, so no action here towards the bottom side, but as we can see, it is about a 1,000 gold lead after that first blood went down, and Sandbox traded that for an Infernal Drake. So theoretically, it's a bit of a wash here so far in the early game. And that is good news for T1, a little bit dangerous for Sandbox, because the onus is on them to get ahead in this early game to give Root and Dove the best possible chance to carry in the mid game.
Yep, all that about that mid game power spike that we were talking about with the champions that they have picked. The one saving grace here for Sandbox is that Summit is dominating his lane up in the top side. This Lucian pick, first time for Kana in this season, and so far it has been pretty underwhelming. We haven't seen him look too well other than trying to flash away from an Aatrox. Says, okay, Ragnarok going to be blown here.
Yep, gets the flash. Nicely done.
Sorry, I'm still learning how to be an analyst.
That's all right. It's all right, Vald Analyst. It's fine. You have been back in play-by-play mode for quite some time. Also, just to let you guys know as to why it is Brendan Valdez here right now, he will be with you tomorrow as well, and hopefully LS is going to be well enough for that broadcast. But yeah, LS wasn't feeling so well. Don't worry. No signs of coronavirus or anything like that. He just had an upset tummy, and we're hoping that he's going to be A-OK. That is why you don't eat the sushi from the gas and go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, never really was a fan of that. Although, coming to Korea and eating the sushi here was quite a nice change.
I still haven't eaten Pyeongjum sushi, which is, of course, convenience store sushi, just because of that stereotype. I'm just not going to do it. Their kimbap, however, amazing. 100% always will do that.
Convenience store food here, pretty good.
What was that? As now has to flash away from Cuz. Gorilla ulti there, but Effort blocks the majority of it. Trouble Bubble will land onto Faker, so he's unable to step further forward. Undertow doesn't find the mark, and Sandbox walk away with that extra vision available to them and the money of the Rift Scuttler. So I guess, theoretically, coming out the better for the trade. Although, Punch did have to flash, and Cuz did not have to.
Yeah, so seems like Sandbox just going to make their way over to Shelly here, take that down. You see very sad Kana up in the top side, losing priority on the Lucian against the Aatrox and saying, well, I guess I'm just going to farm under my turret and try to scale up. That's not looking so good for him. He's going to have to hope that his team can handle this Aatrox, because still, Sandbox in the mid game can absolutely win some of these team fights if they get a good engage, especially some kind of like a teleport flank on top of the MF would be perfect from the side of Aatrox. If you run straight into MF Azir, I think you're just going to lose even at the mid game. But you got to be really careful about how you engage into that composition.
Well, it's definitely not how Sandbox are wanting to play out these fights. It's all about controlling areas, utilizing the bubbles, and getting themselves into an advantageous fight position where Summit and Punch can just pull the trigger when they have got enough poke damage down. So I'm glad that you brought that one up, Valdanalyst. Certainly not going to want a front-to-back team fight against the Azir Misfortune. As now, Effort seems to have found Gorilla. Root not going to be able to offer too much damage back there, but there's the stand behind me from Gorilla. And now Summit diving in onto 3 people. Flash out from Teddy is now Effort going to be Summit's target. Punch is moving on over though. Dove running extremely quickly. But thankfully there's a blast cone, and Sandbox are unable to find any of the T1 members.
Yeah, they trade a teleport here for 3 flashes. I suppose the exhaust was also used by Gorilla. But overall, I'd say a pretty nice little fight there from Sandbox. The unfortunate thing is that right now, there's not much on the map to get, as there's no Drake. In fact, it is going to be Cloud Soul.
Yeah,
First one starting it off really sadly here for game number 1. And with that teleport, they're actually just going to send the Ezreal and the Braum top lane.
I actually quite like this.
Yeah.
Because what that teleport did was gave lane priority back to Canna once again. But now Punch moving on in here is just going to soak up the culling, and that was just a gifted kill over to Canna. All the rest of the abilities are going to miss him. And welcome back to the game, Canna. You've been given another opportunity. It's called a get out of jail free card, and it was delivered to him by the enemy jungler.
It's a nice little gift. It's when you land on community chest and it's like, oh.
Yeah. No, I think that was like a chance one though, you know, because chance is like so often just really bad. But Canna's like, oh, I got like the one lucky one out of chance. Hell yeah.
You collect your taxes that you didn't know, your tax refund that you didn't know you had.
Yeah, exactly.
Pass
Income
go
tax,
and collect
baby.
$200. I guess my lane is fine now.
Yep, and Punch went straight to jail. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. In fact, donate $300 over to your opponent. As he's going to face check once again. Undertow is going to land, but only onto effort as he takes a... I was going to say a rude word there.
Fakers tried to Emperor's Divide Shelly, but it did it too late.
True
Cuz is going to die.
Oh, nice work. Snipes off Cuz there. That's a Jin Air 80 carry for you guys. Finding it in the clutch. And we do need to talk about that. I mean, that's a storyline right here. I know it's the second round robin, so we've had this matchup before, but Teddy versus Root, I think it might have been Leo. And it's interesting because both 80 carries have stories in this particular match. Leo, of course, formerly a substitute for T1, and now Root coming up against Teddy for the battle of the Jin Air substitutes. Yeah, this was the donation. Thank you very much for that one, says Canna. And now Punch takes the majority of his health buff. Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Monka.
I'm not sure if worth.
Yeah.
Did
Well,
a bit of damage to Shelly, I guess.
sometimes you just want your R button on cooldown, you know? That was a silly maneuver.
Well, I suppose he's got it back now.
I guess now he's just learnt that that doesn't work on Shelly. There you go.
I think it does if it's before she channels her charge.
Yeah, but once she starts, I don't think you can stop her with almost anything. So she's gonna go. And she's not like Dumb One who don't want to go. She really wants to go.
Yeah, she's going. Doesn't matter if she's gonna die at the end. Sad story for Shelly every time. But she does her job.
And normally T1 pretty good at Shellys, to be honest. I mean, they've had the best Shelly possible so far. Actually, not the best Shelly possible. Could have taken a second Nexus turret, I think. But it otherwise took from outer to last remaining Nexus turret and charged everything all the way there. So that was very impressive. However, that was just a bit of a botched maneuver. We're going to stop harping on about it as T1 still retain their 1,000 gold lead as Summit finds Canna here towards the bottom side and will spot Cuz making his way in. It is a 3-man dive as also Faker making his way in. The Summit does have flash available, but there's the Emperor's Divide already. Cuz is being taken down, 100% worth there for Sandbox. They will lose a turret, but the turrets are traded. And now Root in this mid lane trying to push this one up as well, as Dove and Punch will deal with this minion wave and take down this economic turret, as LS likes to call it. And get themselves some extra gold in their back pocket. Canna up here as well. He's going to be pushing an inner, but Faker just going to take matters into his own hands and will take down this Cloud Drake, which will give T1 a slight advantage if you think Cloud Drake is any sort of objective to take, which is debatable, to be perfectly honest, especially on this broadcast.
Especially just the singular Cloud Drake. Like, if that were... The only good thing about that Cloud Drake is that it gets them one closer to Cloud Soul.
Yeah, true.
That's kind of what we've broken it down to here on the LCK broadcast. You can see in this replay, because he gets hit by the Infernal Chains and he has turret aggro, just a little bit of a botch dive. You got to be careful that if you're going to take the aggro from the turret, you have a means to get out. But the Infernal Chains was just really good from Summit, so he identified that Cuz was going to be the one taking the aggro. He locks him up and flashes on him as well to do that extra bit of damage, and is able to turn that into a 1-for-1 under the turret. So not half bad. Sandbox going to take that time. They're going to move over, take over Shirley, and we'll see what that gets them here. Maybe the tier 1 and mid. I think that'd be the best objective for be Shirley at this point in time.
Could imagine, as looks like Faker did have a few friends attending the top lane, but isn't going to be hit by the trouble bubble and is therefore going to survive. Control Ward removed by T1 here, top side of mid lane, and Sandbox will just utilize their Ezreal composition to park him here in the mid lane and make sure that that outer turret takes as little damage as possible, as an Ezreal does want to do at this stage of the game. Certainly understandable. That gold lead has not moved since the first blood went down. And so still some posturing here as Dove picks up the ideal hijacked item, but at level 12, not a good Zoe. That's just, it's not early enough. Level 4 is generally what you want. That's called the Chovy Special. He's always able to roll that one, no matter what. As Canna going to get knocked up here as Summit looks for it, doesn't find the Infernal Chains, as does get the last hit of that Q, as now Gorilla's going to make his way down. Summit with the World Ender should be able to get this one done, and that is the bounty gold going over to Sandbox's King of Aatrox on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and especially after that kill. By the way, I'm not even sure if he needed Gorilla there. Obviously, the Guardian does help, but he was getting a lot of lifesteal, obviously, through his passive. So it was going to be close, but Gorilla does make it 100%, of course. But getting this Aatrox big and fed, and even the Zoe and Ezreal farming pretty well. We got another team fight here, though.
Yeah, there's the Dreadvine that comes out. Unbreakable looking to try and get Root out of there. Brilliant cast from Cuz, demonstrating his skills on this Gragas. It means that Gorilla has nowhere to go, and a double kill lands in the lap of Teddy. This is super good for T1, is now Dove looking for a paddle star, but not going to get it onto Effort there. Not enough vision available as he gets himself underneath this turret, and they should be able to defend it. There's Teddy taking a bit of damage there. Punch still hanging around, and as he lands these undertows, it gets more difficult to siege this turret, so not going to be able to gain too much. But the bottom lane now eradicated from the map as we have a look at this one more time. And this, guys, requires a bit of a PSA. If you're going to be fighting Aatrox at any point, and you are a ranged champion that is a physical damage dealer, there's this item in the shop that you can purchase. It's called an Executioner's Calling, and it means that all of that healing that the Aatrox was able to do during that fight is negated majoritively. So just a bit of advice there. Canna probably would have liked to do that, but this was just beautiful work from Cuz. I'm glad that we talked him up on the Gragas. He's had some, left and right performances, missing that first body slam, but that was certainly brilliant out of Cuz.
Yeah, it was once again Punch kind of baiting his team into an awkward spot. This time he actually did some damage to his teammates because they were trying to get in there and save the Olaf, who, he's got Flash and Ragnarok. I think he's going to be totally fine. But it gets him into a weird spot. T1 excellently, skillfully were able to take advantage of that. Not even sarcastically, I think their engage was quite good, to be frank. And they're able to do that as we got another fight here. Kana, this time he's running away.
Yep, he got the memo. He needs to go back and purchase that Executioner's Calling before he goes for any sort of 1v1. Summit building towards his Death Dance very, very quickly. Only has to complete the recipe before that one is put together. And he's the one now with the bounty on his head. 500 gold if you're able to take him down. Not bad at all. He's now Teddy. Just, we've got bottom lanes in the mid lane, just trying to siege down turrets. But the outer has already fallen in favor of Sandbox. And this is like the bare minimum for what they needed to achieve at around the 20-minute mark. They wanted to open up this map. They still need to take down the bottom outer turret, but the wider this map is and the more they can promote fights around the jungle with their Zoe, the happier they are going to be as Sandbox move over to their first Cloud Drake, and they should easily be able to take this one down as Faker is split pushing on the top side, and T1 are going to trade it for the mid lane outer turret. And I'd take that if I was T1, as I don't know, may not be able to grab this. As the barrel underneath the turret, not going to be able to do too much, as Gorilla still hunting. But Dove not going to find any paddle stars or anything like that, and T1 just make sure that that turret is very close to falling down.
Yeah, I mean, they were probably eventually going to take these turrets, but the fact that they're trying to scale and get as much gold as fast as possible means it's nice to take those early on as possible. And the fact that Sandbox moves over their entire team to take the one Cloud Drake when there's still two more away from a Cloud Soul, which is underappreciated at best, and T1 is just like, well, okay, we're going to take the the macro advantage here. We're going to take a bunch of your turrets out, do a bunch of damage. Look at Teddy. He's just going to walk in and take it.
Yeah.
Like taking candy from a baby right now. And after the last 5 or so minutes, yeah, Summit's a bit scary, and he's bullying Kana, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. The Olaf is totally useless in this game, especially up against the MF. Unless there's like a really broken team fight where somehow they're able to get into that back line, I can't see T1 in much of a bad spot from here.
Especially with Teddy 40 CS in the lead and accelerating towards his key items. He has the luxury execution is calling. At least he built that particular item. One of the 80 carries with the correct item build against this Aatrox. And should be able to apply that pretty effectively in a team fight as well, as the rapid fire cannon is on the way. As Teddy does like this a little bit more, going for more of the crit style on the Misfortune. A lot of our 80 carries do like Bloodthirst, a third item, to maximize bullet time damage. But Teddy is certainly one of our more adept positional 80 carries, and you can understand why he's opting into more of that just straight DPS that you do get out of building that critical strike. So I like it here for Teddy, playstyle-wise, as Gorilla does find a Winter's Bite, but otherwise isn't going to be able to attach himself to anything else, as Faker moves towards the top side, and we've got a bit of a 1-3-1 going on here with the Azir and the Lucian in those side lanes. And Teddy is just so stable, he is able to hold on to that mid lane basically by himself, even with that turret missing. So Sandbox really at a loss as to what to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is super comfort zone for 2-1. He's even going to get away from that true shot barrage there. But, yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like Sandbox is scrambling around the map and looking for something to do, and T1's like, what? You don't understand Season 10. You don't understand Season 10 League of Legends, guys. We're going to sit back and wait for the Cloud Drakes. We'll give you 2. We don't care. It's not going to do anything for you right now. So we're just going to scale.
This is ludicrous. 12.7 CS per minute is a just dumb number. That is crazy high. As Summit's going to die here towards the bottom side, Faker just sweeps him onto Teddy, and the Culling will pick up that kill. Summit was very dead in that particular team fight, is now looking to trade it for effort, but not going to be able to. Teddy is... he's almost Flame Horizon the clock. What the hell? Like, Root is 30 CS up over the clock right now. He's farming extremely well, and he's 50 CS behind. What?
Yeah. T1 has been just extremely efficient with how they're taking all of these minion waves, because it's not even just Teddy, it's Faker who's ahead of the clock. It's Kana who's ahead of the clock as well, even though he had a little bit of a spotty game.
That's the bigger story, is the fact that it's not Teddy stealing farm from the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, exactly.
Not an Uzi composition or anything like that, where Uzi just says, funnel me all of the gold, Xiao, I will not let you play the game. Like, this is Teddy just, I don't know, finding minions that shouldn't exist? I'm very confused.
It's like none of them missed any CS in lane or something. Like 0.
Actually, to be perfectly honest, if you guys find it very cathartic watching 80 carries, especially Misfortune, with a very satisfying auto attack sound, just watch Teddy play, because he's one of our players that doesn't miss siege minions. So it just feels good watching him play, as he has a 700 gold bounty already at 26 minutes into this game, and he's only sitting at 2-0-1. Rapid fire cannon now done. Double luxury items, as he also has the stopwatch, as that cannon creep was nailed by Teddy, as you can see. And this trouble bubble unable to be capitalized on, apart from the true shot barrage, which shreds Effort's health bar. That's what happens when you can't actually proc an aftershot.
Yeah, how is he so squishy? The Nautilus, okay. T1's just going to say, let's do Baron. They have a pretty insane
move.
amount of
it's
damage.
like, we have decided that now is time for Baron. They've been doing this so often recently, and it feels like they're coin flipping, but more they're just asking for their opponents to come to them because they want a team fight. And that's how they're able to utilize it, as Teddy takes away a blue buff as well, just to pad those CS stats that he's picked up for himself. I think Teddy actually holds the record for most CS in a game. In that 92-minute game, I think he was the one with the most in the end. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was either Bang or Teddy. I'm not sure which one it was, but that record is sitting at like something like 1,300 or something like that.
Pretty sure it was Teddy, right? He was playing Sivir
Yeah,
and they had
I think it was.
Azir Sivir?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Effort. That's a whoopsie. Yeah, because Bang was playing Ezreal that game, so harder to hoover up those minions quite as easily. As there is the Glacial Fissure, just to try and deter T1 from this particular turret, as the Cloud Drake once again opted in for. But T1 say, well, we'll just take your inhibitor turret this time around. The Sandbox are endlessly punished for their rotations towards dragons. Not entirely sure what their affinity is for that particular one, but it is bad news bears.
Effort.
Good night, Effort is going to be able to proc his stone plate, but he's definitely going to be dead. Is now T1 looking to try and stop the re-engage from possibly happening here, and Sandbox do have a composition that can chase pretty effectively. As now Summit may have moved too far. There's the culling from safety by Canna, who gets himself out of there. Summit also trying to get out as the bullet time channeled for only a couple of seconds there by Teddy. That will deter Sandbox for now. As backs are being channeled, looks like T1 only going to lose effort here as they take down the top inhibitor.
I think Sandbox might make a move at Baron here. I don't think you can. It's so risky, but they're so far behind that at this point, it's like, what do you
get that Hail Mary?
You know, yeah, just throw the football and hope it lands in the arms of your teammate. We'll take a look here at the fight. T1, up until this point, we don't see the build-up to this. Yeah, Effort is going to just get caught out here because he misses his dredge line. Possibly would have died anyway. But the fact that they were just able to outmaneuver Sandbox and then get in position to push an inhibitor without Baron at 28 minutes there is it's really indicative of just how far ahead T1 are. You know, the gold difference doesn't tell the whole story, as we've said multiple times.
Well, Teddy getting collapsed on here by Summit. He's looking for it, but there's the stopwatch, and the culling is going to be there to try and keep him alive. Teddy now doesn't have any lifesteal in this build, but as the flash comes over, he puts a bullet into the skull of the Aatrox. And now Faker gets the Emperor's Divide, but good flash from Root. Sorry, Arcane Shift from Root is going to get himself out of the way. There's the depth charge from Effort, but it's a great ulti from Gorilla. All for naught, as the Nautilus does pick up the dredge line, and then Cuz delivers Gorilla to safety.
Yeah, man, Sandbox just... they look down and out at this point. They're getting caught out on the map, just pushing a little bit too far ahead, trying to farm it up. And T1 have the engage. They have the ability to rotate and get in their face. And now they're just pushing multiple lanes at the same time. They're going to take the turret in the bottom side, go ahead and take turret here in mid.
Yep.
With the Baron still available, they'll even take the inhibitor. Why not? There's not much of a fight being put up right now by Sandbox.
And to be perfectly honest, I want to give player of the game to whoever's been making the macro calls here for T1, because to be perfectly honest, they've been immaculate. Just amazing. Capitalizing on every movement. As now Summit looking for this one. Sun Turret is put up as Faker now underneath it, but Summit not going to have those Infernal Chains working out as he goes golden. Teleport will come in towards the backside as Summit just going to be taken down by the Phalanx set up here by T1. And Root was thinking that this was going to be time for a fight, but then unable to actually regroup as Bullet Time shreds the health bars of Sandbox. And it's like T1 have a handicap against Sandbox right now. Like, they just started the game with more stats. It's ridiculous how far ahead they are at this point in the game as they're looking to take down Nexus turrets. They've got a hot date tonight, and they do not want this game going past 35 minutes. Sandbox now underneath this turret, but there are no more inhibitors remaining. Even Effort happy to step up with barely a health bar. Cuz as well, as there's Emperor's Divide swiping the floor with this Sandbox roster. And only Dove is remaining. He'll have to watch his Nexus fall down from the Death Chamber as Faker finishes it off with a triple kill. Beautiful stuff there from T1, and just some pretty great just shot-calling decisions made by this squad. I know we expect it from T1, but after coming off that loss against Darmon, we thought maybe T1 would be struggling here and might, you know, not be the raid boss we were expecting, but I guess we're going to have to eat those words very, very quickly here in this series.
Yeah, I don't know what T1 had for breakfast today, but, you know,
Minions.
they absolutely
did not.
And
Teddy was a hog.
did not have to end the game right there. You know, there was Baron available. They were so far ahead. Old T1 would have said, you know, guys, we don't have to push these turrets or inhibitors. Let's go back. Let's buy our items, control vision, slowly take Baron, and then push it down at 35 minutes, take all the inhibitors. But no, they were like, no, we're just going to kill you right now. And they did not waste any time. And once it hit that tipping point, I think the second that MF got that double kill and Root died in the river up near Baron at around, 21 minutes, I think it was, I think that was the end of the game. T1 were like, nope, we just got our 80 carry 2 fed. We're going to be even stronger than you are in the mid game. And,
Can you put your Teddy vote in, please? You haven't put your vote in yet.
Oh.
Do you know what's really dangerous? We now have 2 play-by-plays doing the POG vote.
Yeah.
This could be really dangerous. Maybe we should mix it up every game. Maybe we should mix it up every game. I got Teddy this time, purely because of his CSD. Not gonna lie to you, because actually, I kind of want to give it to Effort because I think he makes a lot of the shot calls here for T1, and I think that his decision making was just so good this game, or whoever it was that made all those calls.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my vote to Teddy too.
Hey, there we go.
I don't know. It didn't really feel like there was one player who was the person that was making it all happen. Like, Cuz got dominated early on. Effort had a couple of good early engages, so maybe it should have actually been Effort. But yeah, it was kind of just T1 dominating Sandbox as a team. Wasn't really just one player that stood out to me that was better than the others this time around.
I want to give it to Teddy purely because this game just felt like a masterclass in how to win the game without ever really needing to flip a coin or take a fight. It was not a skill check type game. This was we just make better choices than you and you're going to lose. And I just felt like there was never really an opportunity for Sandbox to do anything in this series. Even though they were able to get to a mid game where they're on relatively equal footing, they broke the mid tower very early on, which is exactly what their comp wanted to do. But after that, just no way in. They weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, and this is when they're so far behind this last fight. It's like, well, we're going for teleport flanks, but we would have loved if we could have set up lane states and deep wards to try to pull this off much earlier on in the game rather than Punch getting caught out multiple times and then kind of just getting, your 80 carry caught, your support caught, and getting too far behind for it to matter.
Yeah.
As you can see, there was power within their kit. Zoe and Ezreal were hitting really hard, but it was just too little, too late. They had gotten too far behind at that point.
Yep, straight up. As you can see, Canna did a lot of damage, as did Teddy. Doing 6,000 more than an Ezreal in a game that only lasted 30 minutes is definitely impressive. Faker also out-damaging a Zoe just shows exactly how little Sandbox were able to play their style of League of Legends with the composition they put together. And look at Sandbox's Drake. They got to Soul Point, Valdez. Congratulations. And guess what they lost?
Yeah.
The game because of it. That's what they traded. They traded Soul Point for the game. Probably not worth, especially when it's a Cloud Soul.
Soul Point. It's like those individual Cloud Drakes. I would be on the team that's saying like, yeah, let the enemy team take the Clouds. Who cares? We're going to get turrets. We're going to build up our gold. We're going to.
Do you want to outro? You should outro. Go,
sure.
Go.
This is LS. We're sending you off, guys, to a break. We'll go to game number 2 after this.
얘들아 승령부 올려라 마지막 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 TFT 푸동 동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찬 눈동자 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동 동작 하다 현타 푸동 동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동 동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머시 패치 우주 푸동 동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I am Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist here for game number 2 between T1 and Sandbox. T1 utterly slaughtered Sandbox in game number 1. It looked like they weren't allowed to play League of Legends. And I have one apology that I need to make. I had a message on Twitter to explain why Faker randomly ulted in the mid lane, and it was to deny Zoe using her ult, theoretically, to get a turret plate. That was the idea of why that happened. I'll have to look at the replay to really confirm. Portal
sure
jump
about
does
that
go through the Emperor's Divide, so if in fact the ulti was used, it would have had to have been after she popped back up again. But you know, there is a theoretical argument there. So
even if she ulted in, and she got ulted out.
Look,
she would still get
sometimes
through.
when someone says something and they're really passionate about it, I like to
I
say
think we have a
sorry.
really passionate Faker fan.
Yeah, I think
sorry
that's
to you
exactly what that was.
for criticizing a totally criticizable play. But Teddy is going to pick up the player of the game here.
Are you La Swinger Des, though, is the question. Was it your Teddy vote that got Teddy the player of the game? We'll have to see as we will bring up who voted for what after this. Of course, the most exciting time of the LCK broadcast is Dub wasn't actually hit by that bullet time, by the way. That was just double up damage. That's just insane. Did so much work. Really impressive stuff, and honestly, Ardent Blaze kill for the end? Oh, so sick. I didn't even notice. That's so good. As you were La Swinger! The Korean broadcast all voted for effort. If you had have voted for effort, you would have given it to him. As, of course, Jonah Strong and one other of the observers voted for Faker in that mid lane, as did that gentleman on Twitter that sent through that message. He would have voted for Faker also.
Faker's #1 fan. Yeah, I don't understand the Faker votes, but he did a lot of damage. You know, he was a good Azir, as he always is. I just don't think he particularly stood out that game.
Did he have 13 CS per minute? No, not impressed. Move on.
He lost in CS per minute, for sure. But
Teddy's battle this game was not with Sandbox. It was with the clock. And he beat the clock. It was very impressive to see how far... He almost lapped the clock. It was very, very good. So, Teddy, great game, but largely uninteractive and didn't really need to do so much to earn that player of the game. That was just him being one of the better performers in a game that T1 played as a team far better than Sandbox did to any level. It was just a blowout, and it was based on where they were on the map and how they were able to play side lanes and the rest of the map just so much better than Sandbox were able to. So really, really impressive stuff out of T1. We'll see whether they can keep that one going as we move into a game number 2, because it just looks like T1 are on another level. And I haven't actually seen, to be perfectly honest, a mismatch in just skill level and decision making like we just saw in that game number 1 for a really long time, to be honest. It really hasn't been that level of blowout. Yes, we have had like mechanical outplays that have made teams look better, but as far as just playing the map so much better than your opponent, like I haven't seen something like that in a really long time. Yeah,
T1 made it clear to the world right there that they are the much better team over Sandbox right now. Sandbox, they, as a team, just did not look too impressive. I thought Summit had a pretty good game, but it's not the first time we've called Sandbox Summit and the boys, you know, standing for SB, and it's you know, they're going to have to do much better if they're going to stand up to T1, who do look like they really are on their game today. And now they are going to be on the blue side here. One interesting thing from the draft from game 1 was that Ornn was totally overlooked, wasn't banned or picked. And it was kind of interesting, especially because seems to do pretty well into the Aatrox in the top side, but I suppose they wanted to go for a little bit something different for Kana that time around.
I actually like that T1 were aiming to accelerate the game in their attempt to shut down Summit. Yes, Ornn is going to beat Aatrox in the laning matchup, but I think you need to get yourself to, you know, Bramble Vest and maybe a little bit more in order to do that. And so wanting to make sure that they were capitalizing on it as quickly as possible. I can respect it, as T1 were just hoping to have as many tools to fight Sandbox in the mid game, which is exactly where Sandbox did want to take over. So just understanding your opponent's composition and then countering what they're trying to do is, I think, the next level, and I liked it. As T1 going to ban away the Gragas themselves, which is odd, and the Senna's going to be the next one to hit the bench. Faker's LeBlanc, of course, going to be taken away as Sandbox look for the Kalista button here as their final ban, unless they ban away the Trundle. But no, it is going to be that Kalista, so Trundle going to be first picked here by T1.
Oh?
No,
or Tryndamere. How could you forget about Tryndamere? God, we were so close.
Yeah, no, 100% going to be that Trundle. As Punch, thinking about going back to his favorite here, or maybe just flashing it. No, going to lock it in. This is what Punch was known for. Yes, I know Lee Sin known for kicks, but it's certainly Punch's namesake from the jungle. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do as the Lee Sin, as Root is going to lock away the Misfortune. Very similar to what video game Donkey used to say. Misfortune is the best right now. She picked up player of the game, so Sandbox obviously going to pick her up.
Yeah. And Lee Sin in this split has been having a terrible time as a champion. 28% win rate. And
That's
he's
low.
been seen a lot, especially early on in spring. And there's a reason why we don't really see him anymore, because a lot of people tried to play him. Guys like On Fleek, Clid, they tried to bring in this pick and it just didn't
Even
work
Tarzan,
out too
I think
much.
Tarzan's on like
Tarzan.
0.7 or something like
true,
that.
yeah.
Like some really horrible win rate.
Yeah, Tarzan, no, I think it's actually like 0 and 10 or something.
Oh God, I'm actually going to double check that. I
look
don't
that up.
want to just be rude to Tarzan, who did just come off an impressive
unfortunate.
2-0 victory in their most recent match. But having a look at his stats, his most played is Lee Sin at 0%, 0 and 8 so far.
Yeah.
So not 10, but not good.
Yeah.
Oh God, as that is a
we
pretty
almost have
comfortable bottom
Nocturne,
lane. Pretty comfortable Nocturne. Pretty comfortable lock in here as the Nautilus and the Kaiser are locked away for T1, as Sandbox are looking for most likely a support. Oh,
Well-
no, it's going to be Dove Zoe yet again.
Huh. So they say maybe we can take Zoe and ban Azir or something else away from Faker. Already the LeBlanc is gone. Dove Zoe didn't really, he didn't really get a chance in that game to shine. There were a lot of great Sleepy Trouble bubbles, though. So I don't mind this pick. I think running it back here for Dove and banning away Azir and stuff like that for Faker is actually a pretty good idea for them. And it fits right into their wheelhouse in terms of the way they do like to draft compositions.
Yep, I like it. I also need to call you out. You said Sleepy Trouble Bubble, so now everyone is aware that you are definitely not LS. Sleepy Bubble Trouble is what you would have said if
no.
you were, in fact, effectively cosplaying LS.
I was
So,
so close.
Valdanalist, you have been exposed. As the Ornn is going to be banned away alongside the Azir, and there is the set ban here for T1 as they're looking for their final ban. We'll see what it is going to be. Wouldn't mind an 80 carry ban here because that pool is... Oh, okay, never mind. There is a Misfortune already locked away. I tell a lie.
Misfortune top.
Yeah, there we go. Watch them ban Aatrox. Nah, it's going to be the Aurelia. That's taken off the board.
Aurelia and then pick Aatrox, but I mean, Summit can just pick Aatrox here on R4, but well, yeah, I guess you would want to save that counter pick for the top lane actually. So taking support makes a lot more sense there. Of course,
Yeah.
and Morgana is going to come in here. We don't see her all the time. 7 and 4 though so far.
Thanks to Lehens, largely. He has certainly been an advocate for the Morgana. Effort as well, pretty fantastic Morgana player just in general. Although, when it was in vogue, Effort was in fact the Pyke player in that lane, as it was Bang and Effort playing the Morgana Pyke that they popularized here in the LCK. As Canna thinking about heading towards this Jace pick, unless Faker wants to play that one in the mid lane as his answer to the Zoe. And I do like picking that one away as well. I feel like Jace would have fit in relatively well to the Sandbox composition, as now the Nico being considered as this would be
Faker
interesting.
Diana.
And Faker Diana is locked in. This is really exciting, actually. I remember Faker's Diana was so good historically. I really want to look up and see exactly what his stats are on this champion, which I will do right now, because I have a feeling they're pretty damn good. He was playing Diana back when she was busted, but man, this is really, really fun.
Yeah, and of course, Aatrox is picked here. We didn't even have to comment on
Yep.
that, but just in case
I'm sad that you did comment. On
anyone
that.
listening to the radio broadcast, I just wanted to shout out to you. Yes, the Aatrox was selected, but anyone who was watching, you should have seen that and not been surprised at all.
Guess
But,
what?
yeah.
Guess what Faker's win rate on Diana is? This is one of my favorite stats.
91%.
100%, Valdez.
What?
100.
Wait, how many games?
Do you know how many games? 2 games.
2? Yeah. I was like,
And
what?
I don't know when he was when he played it last. I think it was an extraordinarily long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, Diana's only slowly coming back into the meta. You see it in solo queue from time to time, but As you guys can see, it has been played a bunch here in the LCK. 5 games. I guess that's a small bunch, not a big bunch.
And she did have a sort of a bit of a resurgence, especially in the Kesper Cup, I believe, when she did get her rework, and she was very strong, but then immediately, you know, swatted with the Nerf bat and was taken away from us. But Faker now going to be picking it as his answer to the Zoe. And we'll have to keep an eye on these Moonfalls to see how effective it's going to be. Certainly going to be able to interrupt the bullet time very effectively. As just keep your eye on it. We'll see how it does go against Dove Zoe. Of course, a matchup that Dove may not necessarily be too used to, but he is very comfortable on this Zoe pick. So I don't know whether it's a big enough spanner to throw into the works, but certainly a fun pick here for Faker, who is only extending his 2020 champion pool.
Yep, just digging deep into that one. They banned away his Azir, and I suppose potentially his Ornn. And he's like, well, I guess I'm just going to have to show you up on the Diana. Obviously, the idea of the Diana into the Zoe seems pretty good. You know, she pops in, and then you pop back in right into her face and do a bunch of burst damage and potentially avoid the sleepy bubble trouble.
Hey, nailed it.
I gotta put on the mask again and try to become LS and try to convince the viewers once again that I am in fact Lesnek. But
yes,
yeah, I mean this is definitely surprising and exciting to see, you know, especially after game number 1 where T1 just dominated, and now to come in with something new like the Diana is pretty cool. As we're taking a look at what we were talking about before, Lee Sin is on a 10-game losing streak.
Is this in... Oh, so this is the 10-game losing streak. Tarzan has a few extra losses, so I feel like we're taking away from that stat for Tarzan. He is very impressively losing his way forward on this Lee Sin. But yeah, 10 games in a row. We'll see whether Punch is going to be able to do anything different. This is, of course, a comfort pick for him, so don't necessarily look at those stats as a way to really understand how this is going to go. This is just making sure that Sandbox have their jungler on the best possible pick for him. And this is something that coaches do like to go towards when you have a player that may not necessarily have the highest confidence level at that particular point in time. Gorilla still with a fantastic Morgana win rate. I've actually enjoyed Gorilla's Morgana since he started playing a very, very long time ago, of course, for the Tigers back in the day, whether they be the Coup variety or the Rocks variety. As Kana over here looking to try and get some damage down onto Summit. And we'll see how the Jace is going to go in this Aatrox matchup. Of course, this was Summit's pick into the Jace, so obviously pretty comfortable in the Aatrox versus Jace.
Yeah, or the Aatrox versus anything. Good old Summit. He's got one champion. He's not a guy we talk about when it comes to champion pool. He likes Aatrox if it's available. He's almost definitely going to play it. Doesn't really matter what's going on with the matchup or whatever, but you are correct that he is comfortable into the matchup here against Jace. Jace
And
definitely a bit more of a bully, even more so than the Lucian.
And I do want to have a conversation with you about Faker's, Diana's Q. Which Crescent is it? Because I always get this mixed up. Because I know, like, Crescent Sweep is not it. Crescent Slash, not sure. Crescent Strike.
Crescent Strike sounds right.
Is it Crescent Strike? And then Crescent Sweep is, I think it might have been Xin Zhao's ultimate. And then, and Crescent Slash was Akali's old E. There were just a lot of Crescent abilities. Yeah, I think it might be Strike.
I'm not 100% sure.
Crescent Moon? Someone said Crescent Moon in chat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether that's correct. Ardent Crescent. I love the collective. You guys are the best. As Punch is going to be discovered here by Cuz, who puts down a pillar and is just going to smack the Lee Sin around. Of course, Trundle pretty good at the old 1v1 situations with the Chomp being able to decrease the enemy's AD. You can see Dove utilizing his range advantage relatively well here in this lane and has already managed to get himself a decent CS advantage, although there are minions coming in to Faker. And of course, this Diana is going to lose before it wins, honestly, in this laning phase, and that is going to be an opportunity for Sandbox to get some early advantages. You can see already pushing up with reckless abandon here on the bottom side of the map. But Teddy is farming very, very well. This is not the same T1 situation that they had in the last game, and I think they're going to be looking towards Cuz to be a lot more active in this early game to try and patch up having some more losing matchups here in this game. As Cuz is going to move on in, Summit in a little bit of trouble. Punch going to turn up at exactly the right time, though, as there goes the pillar, and Canna with the acceleration gate is looking to get himself out of the way. Punch not done yet, though. Wants to get towards a Q, but doesn't have it. Not going to throw it out either. As Summit going to be absolutely fine here towards the top side, and they get Cuz's flash after all is said and done.
Yeah, you know, I like the way that they responded to that. They knew that they were in a lot of danger, especially against Lee Sin, even though, you know, Punch was down a level. Lee Sin does have pretty insane early game power. Trying to deny this back, and he will. And now Cuz
going
has
to land
to
as well.
stay.
I mean, Punch actually looking to try and get another Q to land here onto Canna. He will have that cooldown very, very soon as he does safeguard in, but there's a minion wave to block off any of those skill shots. But look at all of the minions that have been denied to Canna. This is fantastic from Sandbox, and it's capitalizing on exactly what we were talking about. Having the lane priority here for Sandbox. There was no way that Faker was going to be able to move on over to try and help out. He just teleported back to the mid lane, and he's trying to put out his own fire there. And if Cuz can't help Canna, then it's just going to be bad news bears here for T1 in this early game. So a very different state of affairs than game number one. Of course, T1 not out of it by any stretch. They are, in fact, globally still ahead as far as gold is concerned. But still, a better news story here for Sandbox. And you can see how this snowball can potentially begin if they're able to play out this comp as they do desire in this game, as they move towards mid-game.
Yeah, this is one thing that we haven't been seeing too much from Lee Sins that come in here and just lose. What? Oh, I guess maybe he was checking the brush. Probably thought that Punch was in there, and we saw a lot of go pings from the side of Cuz, so it looked kind of funny, but I suppose it does make sense, as now he's getting engaged more.
Yep, ultimate available there from Summit. Throws it down and does chunk Canna. And now that the teleport is on cooldown, that is actually very meaningful. As you can see, Canna moving on over, just try and get some vision available. And you can see Summit is actually going to find him here, as the Honey Fruit was attempted to be picked up there by Canna, but able to find the Shock Blast, the accelerated variety, and avoiding the Qs means that Canna gets himself back up to a higher health bar, and just going to head back into laning phase. So able to get himself back here, 6 CS in the lead as the wave is going to push forward. And Ninja Tabi is done here for Summit, so this Serrated Dirk isn't going to be doing as much. But we've seen, especially from Noguri recently, that this Lethality Jace is going to be able to get a lot of work done as we head towards the mid-game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. I'm sure Kana is taking some notes in their recent game up against Tomlin, no doubt. Kana's still going to have the priority here, even though that early game was a little bit shaky. Now that Lee Sin is nowhere to be seen, Kana able to slow push into the turret and actually pick up a plate here, whereas Summit wasn't even able to do that up on the top side for himself. So you mentioned putting out fires. That's one way to do it. He's still ahead on CS. He's still... he's going to be okay in terms of the XP even. He'll be a little bit behind on Summit there. You can see about a quarter of a level, but not the biggest deal in the world.
Yep, and still up 6 CS, so no harm, no foul. Punch going to move on over, but oh my goodness, no. Root is going to be caught out of his bullet time that was just being used to clear the wave, as there's a killer instinct, but not going to be able to find the kill, as Canna boops back Summit. And now, if he finds any abilities, Punch is going to move on in here. Has to dodge this one. Flash now on cooldown. Punch lines it up and finds the Q.
Was wondering who was going to win that game of chicken.
Yeah,
and,
we were holding our
Punch.
breaths there for Punch to miss that Q, to be perfectly honest, but I like how he took his time.
We'll have to see how that trade actually initiated, because you got to be careful. I mean, he was doing pretty well, but if he was down a level on Summit when that happened and Summit just got in there and used that extra power to take the trade, wouldn't be surprised. Summit is always one to pull the trigger really quickly as well. If he finds that knock-up, he'll just go for you, as we saw in his lane against Lucian. And so, with both flashes down, we will have to take a look at this, as looks like there was a Ghost Poro, and he was able to see him, and Summit, just knowing that he's got that life steal, that life gain in his kit, He's able to back away, wait for the Lee Sin, force the flash, and then it was up to Punch to finish the job, and that he did. It's always awkward, you know, because if you get too close, the Lee Sin's Q is going to have faster travel time, but if you get into that little nook in between the wall and the turret, then it becomes very predictable where you're going to run. So Punch was able to get that done.
Well, now Punch is going to die, Valdez, unless he can safeguard his way out. Void Seeker picks the gap in between the Sandbox members. Looks like Shelly will be consumed here by T1 as Cuz picks that one up, and now Summit being collapsed upon. Flash in from Effort, and he will be able to find the chain CC to lock that one down. Decent snare onto Faker there with the Dark Binding, but Sandbox do lose Shelly and lose their top laner, and they'll lose a bunch of crockery towards the top side.
Yeah, this is something that LS likes to talk about, the rotation up to the Rift Herald early on. You can lose a lot in the bottom side if the enemy team sticks their AD carry down there, but Sandbox didn't. They tried to respond and get in there and actually fight around the Rift Herald. So the fact that Sandbox got nothing in the trade is quite bad because Rift Herald goes down to the side of T1. Top turret is going to go down here fully. They're going to try to give a lot of that gold over to Kana. Unfortunately, their AD carry is back bottom side, but there's really no wins in the trade there for Sandbox at the end of the day. Shelly even going to get an extra charge down here onto the turret. Yeah, you can take the first Drake, which is an Ocean, at 11 minutes because nobody took it early on, but generally a pretty nice spot here for T1 after that play.
Yep, and you can see that Teddy, no worries at all. He's just going to let this one go. This is not one of the objectives that T1 are going to be playing for. We'll check in on what the next Drake is after this replay as Punch expended half of his health bar, and really for no reason. That's going to mean that Shelly does go over to T1, and Summit was fighting Canna, but that's not a 1v1. The rest of T1 are here, and then Effort with a very easy flash into the passive for the stun, and then a very comfortable dredge line is now Faker looking for a 1v1. Will not find it here in this mid lane.
Yeah.
As I believe utilized the Moonfall.
There were no flashes available after the trade that was taken up on the top side, so it was an easy play for Effort to just say, yeah, I mean, this Aatrox is dead meat. I'll flash over and just knock him down with my passive. Root him up for you guys, and then take him down. So just a little bit of extra icing on the cake.
Yeah, and Teddy being able to pick up one of those kills as well does really help T1 out here, as he was in fact the benefactor of Summit's demise. And that is going to mean that he's going to be able to utilize that here towards the bottom side. Has his Manamune completed. Will be heading towards his Rage Blade and most likely into the AP variety, as somehow Cuz was not hit by that trouble bubble.
It bounced
Very
over
confused.
him.
Yeah, it did, I guess. He's on a different plane of existence as the Troll King, you know? It's his regalness.
He doesn't sleep.
No.
He's very busy taking care of his kingdom.
Yeah, he's got paperwork to do, man. I imagine that a king would
not-
have
it's not an easy job.
a lot of stuff to do. And plus he has to spend all his time on Summoner's Rift for some reason, which must be frustrating when he has kingly duties to attend to. But I guess he comes to Summoner's Rift to pick up his King's Tribute, as his passive dictates. So I guess maybe that is what it is. By the way, apparently everyone's calling for us to get Joel on Skype. That is an old one. That is an OGN Legion move. Has the collective been replaced by the OGN Legion is the question. Is Cuz now looking to jump in onto Dub. Oh, the dredge line is going to nail the kill, and it's delivered over to Faker. Perfect here for T1.
It's kind of weird how they were just that easily able to set that up. I mean, that just looked like a straight up gank here at 13 minutes after the laning phase is kind of ended in this game. And I think he got a flash early again. I don't know. I didn't quite see how he got in there, but I suppose he wasn't expecting the Nautilus for the follow-up, so he thought he was just safe with the one flash over the pillar.
I think this is once again just feeling like one of those huge mismatches. It's quite perplexing, as our friend LS would say.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah. As peculiar would be another term for it. As we have a look at this once again, Dove, just goes in for an auto attack and gets booped back with a turret. I guess that's all she wrote.
Yeah, the pillar
pretty good.
Did the booping. It was the perfect pillar, to be honest. It knocks you all the way up, and it makes it very hard to just flash away. You know, in that case, it wasn't like game one where could have easily flashed. Here's Summit dying again.
Well, he's not going to die just yet. Shock Blast not going to find the target. You can see Cuz held on to his pillar. And Summit now, look, Canna learnt. Have a look in his inventory. That is denial of the healing. As something fell down, Teddy has found Punch, who's going to be denied his back. Killer Instinct comes in, but the Dredge line is not going to find the target. And T1 are just going to have to walk away. Dark Binding is going to keep effort in place and deny any re-engage, as now they're just going to defend their outer turret on the bottom side of the map and continue to ramp further forward in this game.
Yeah, the game is kind of falling apart quickly, as that was a really nice hook through the minions, but Bullet Time, a pretty good ability, is going to deny any kind of engage.
Yeah, Canna going to take down this top inner turret also, as T1 just parade further forward when it comes to the gold. 4,000 now the lead at 15 minutes into the game. Very comfortably done also, as the Cloud Drake is going to be the second one. So we're going to have an interesting soul this game, as Mountain or Infernal will be available. And now you can see Gorilla. Oh my goodness, if Teddy still had his Killer Instinct available, you best believe that he will be utilizing that one. As there's Punch going in with his Q, but I don't think this is for any good reason, as that's a double kill for Canna. And Summit teleports into a situation he doesn't want to be in anymore, and he's going to wander towards his turret and look to see whether he can defend it, which he can, but not before two of his other teammates do fall down.
Yeah, nice read by Faker there. Really got to hand it to him. He knew he had support from behind. Even though he got chunked big time, he says, Zoe doesn't have flash. I'm Diana. She can't get away from me. If I have any kind of follow-up, we will be able to burst her down. If the Shock Blast landed, it would have looked even better. The accelerated Shock Blast from the left side from the base, but they get the kill anyway. There's lots of trading here.
Yep, Depth Charge onto Gorilla, but he's able to create enough distance there. And Cuz going to be taking down this Cloud Drake. And thankfully for T1, it is an Infernal Soul available here this game. And so now look to see whether T1 does have added inspiration on taking down these Drakes this game. As you can see, Teddy's actually going to stick around to pick up this minion wave. Looking to go towards his Rage Blade next, and we'll see where he does deviate to after that, as Faker gets chunked, but understands the Dove just doesn't have any more buttons available. And had to use his flash, but Canna was coming on in, and as you were saying, just no opportunity for Sandbox to find anything.
Yeah, it's about knowing what your champion does against a flashless Zoe, and knowing that you have support from your team at the same time, as feels like non-stop fighting in this game. Summit feels really angry in the way that he's playing, and honestly, I'd be angry as well with the way the games are going for his team. This was their one shot to make it into playoffs. They had to defeat T1, but it's not looking good here in game number 2. And so after that double kill there in the mid lane and a blown teleport from Summit, it feels like we're getting close to that time, Atlas, where LS would call the game over. So I may have to do the same here, as T1 just look on a different level of skill today against Sandbox.
And I don't even know whether it's necessarily like from, you know, a point in this game. I feel like this series was over halfway through game 1, just with how much better T1 looked. It's certainly been a very, very strange game. And do you know what it feels like, Valdez? It feels like I'm watching like season 3 Worlds. You remember where like we're busy watching like EU LCS and NA LCS, and we're really excited for TSM and all of our teams like Gambit and stuff like that, and then we get to the international tournaments and Korea just crushes everyone like they know like they've been playing a different game the whole time, you know? And that's what this feels like. It just feels like T1 are on an absolutely different level.
Yeah, it does, and we were calling for that when we were looking at the games. You know, it felt like T1, Genji were kind of number 1, 2, and then Dragon X was a close third that was sometimes on the same level, but not quite towards the end here at the split. And then everybody else was below them. And that has been the story here of Spring. It has been a very lopsided split, whereas in the past we've had, you know, a bunch of teams vying for first, second, third, and getting into playoffs, and every game and every point mattered when it came to seeding. But this time around, it's kind of like, well, 3 teams are so much better than everybody else. You know, although shout out to Damwon, who are trying to change that storyline with their recent win over T1. And that's part of the reason why when you look at the matchup here of T1 against Sandbox, even before it starts, you're thinking in your head that the 2-0 is going to come, and we're seeing that prophecy fulfilled in just the level of playing difference that is coming between these two teams.
Yeah, and Faker now getting chased down this lane. Dove still looking for it. Doesn't find him with any of his Proto Belt charges and just throws the bubble in the wrong direction. As now Summit, he's going to flash, but I have a feeling that he is still doomed. There is so much CC available, and Effort's even going to light him on fire. So T1 are going to be able to take down the top laner, and honestly, the only hope that there is for Sandbox. As I believe Root just crit that minion for 404, which is... sort of very reminiscent of the amount of hope that Sandbox have in this particular game. As Effort's going to get bound, does have his stone plate already completed, is now Punch. He might just get flashed on, and he does. Dredgeline going to land yet again, and Effort turns around, getting caught into catching Sandbox unawares. As now Faker taken down to about half. Bullet time comes in, Effort in a bit of trouble there, but able to move himself over. And is going to be able to survive as Gorilla takes half of his health bar there. Sandbox do now have themselves a bit of a tempo advantage as they move towards this outer turret in the mid lane. We'll see whether Teddy does land any Void Seekers to try and get here to defend it, but it looks like he's not going to bite off more than he can chew just yet. And it is going to mean that that objective does go over to Sandbox pretty handedly.
Yeah, just a small little objective, trying to get back into this game. They are quite far behind when we do take a look at the gold and just the way that this game is playing out. And Effort just kind of... I wonder if this was a bait play. You know what I mean? He's got his teammates right behind him. It looks silly at first. You're like, why are you just face checking? You walked past a ward, you know? But with Stoneplate, as you mentioned, he's just such a beefy boy. And he doesn't really care about... you know, getting engaged upon, because he knows he'll be able to proc that and turn the fight around. And it just felt like great presence of mind for Effort to say, yeah, this can be a bait. I actually can set this up. As I don't even feel like it's me giving him the benefit of the doubt on the play. It just looked like a really calculated, well thought out play from the side of the T1 support.
I think he might be able to pick up player of the game for this one.
Yeah, I was already thinking that. Great minds think alike.
Absolutely. We have that play-by-play synergy. As Canna's looking for Dove. He'll need to land this Shock Blast, but there's a conga line in the way, unfortunately. Going to move on in here as his position is known, as Dove will have to hit this bubble. I don't even know whether he's going to be able to do it. Yeah, it's down, so he's not even going to be able to get out of there, and Canna just obliterates him. Goodbye.
I was wondering why he was waiting until the minions passed, but I suppose that makes it a little bit easier.
You want to open with the Shock Blast, right? So I guess he just gets
he
past
had the
it.
opportunity before the minions hit, but I thought that the tier 2 turret was available, so I was like, wait, you're giving him too much room, but actually it was totally fine.
And I thought the bubble was still available, but the Edge of Night actually soaked the CC, so just absolutely nothing that he could do there. If he was going to do anything, he would have needed to either use the Smite or something else, as, yeah, throwing a bubble straight into a shield is going to spell your doom.
I wonder how he saw him there. Did he, like, poke his head out or something, or was he just randomly throwing it in there, just reading the situation?
Yeah, I'm not entirely
There weren't
sure.
any wards.
Unfortunate time just to randomly press your R button for fun, perhaps?
Perhaps.
I don't know. Sometimes we just can't fathom it without getting into the minds of the players. As Punch gonna push Effort out of his jungle right here, but on the other side of it, T1 is able to take whatever they like. And you can see this gold lead is starting to get out of hand. 7,000 gold at 23 minutes in, 3.5 minutes until the next Drake, as Faker is split pushing here on the bottom side. And if I remember back to Diana in competitive play, in fact, this is a bit of a blast from the past, but the Diana player that I know the most is G4 from Southeast Asia. He was a massive Diana aficionado who was playing her even out of meta and was very, very good at just split pushing, destroying turrets, because Diana kills turrets better than most, to be perfectly honest. Doesn't have Naturals in the build this time around, as now Canna might be getting caught out as Dove looks for him to try and get revenge, but again, another sleepy trouble bubble is going to go wide. And Faker not going to find the Moonfall there as Punch gets himself over the wall. Gorilla with a decent black shield. As Punch doesn't land the Q. Shock Blast also going to go wide as we've got some posturing here in this game.
Yeah, T1 trying to corral them up to the north side. Not really going to work out too well at the end of the day. It was a nice little try at a setup onto Kana, but Kana read the situation beautifully. He shock blasted Zoe to the face, and Dove's like, no, you know, I'm just going to stick around. And Kana's like, oh, okay, you have teammates here. And you can see the XP points up there on the left side. Faker and Kana pretty far ahead of really anyone on the side of Sandbox.
Teddy just dashing onto Summit, unable to break the chains that bind, and it is going to mean that Summit does escape with his flash intact, but Teddy just pressing his R button, having a bit of fun there, and doesn't have to use a summoner.
Yeah, and T1 just trying to push their advantage. They do have that first Infernal, which is going to give them a little bit of an extra boost, as if they needed it, with how far they are ahead here. It's almost 10,000 gold. We're at about 8,200 at this point, so
Yeah.
really just trying to push the issue here and not wasting any time. We saw it in game number 1, the celerity, the quickness with which T1 did engage. I'm not sure how Gorilla lost his entire health bar there, but I would have to imagine it was a shock blast. Yeah. Nice little damage there. It's a cool ability.
Yeah, that is a triple serrated Dirk worth of lethality shock blast, and that is certainly going to hurt. In fact, Kana has himself a 650 gold bounty. So if Sandbox are ever able to kill him, that's good money, but it does represent how far ahead he is right now in this game, as Faker now splitting on the top side of the map. He is ahead by a fair bit of CS. Kana in the same boat here as far as his lead over Summit. Hasn't been the same Summit performance since he was shut down earlier on in this game. Does have himself the Death's Dance, but still not feeling like the Aatrox that's able to stand toe-to-toe and sort of play 1v9 like it did almost feel like in game number 1, where he did have some decent moments. Currently 35 CS in the hole. As you can see, Faker building towards a pretty cool hat, as there is a flash depth charge, dredge line, and a very deadly Sin.
Alrighty then.
That's why you don't
really
pick
trying
blind
to put the
champions.
Lee Sin. We're really trying to put the Lee Sin in the grave here tonight. Really trying to make a point to T1. They're like, this champion sucks. Stop playing it, please.
Oh, Valdez, tell us how you really feel. As Summit's going to clear out the Raptor camp while T1 gets themselves to Infernal Soul Point. Definitely much more worthwhile than the Dragon Soul in game number 1 that Sandbox seemed so excited about. Teddy pushing up this lane, and Faker's going to secure that kill onto the Infernal, as yet another dredge line does land, as Root slightly out of position. Kana gets immediately exhausted, and I think that actually saved a lot of Gorilla's health bar, to be honest, having that exhaust rolling as that shock blast was in the air.
By the way, Kai'Sa's W is invisible. The spectator bug is really popping off. I've seen Teddy cast it like 4 times and haven't seen the ability yet, as Root almost died.
Yeah, I think Root's health bar's bugged because I can't see it. Thankfully this redemption comes in to try and pull some of it back there, as Cuz looking to try and dive under the turret. Dove will collect an entire Q as Punch going to be obliterated. Faker finds the backline. Teddy 1v1ing Dove, just going to move on over. Does have the Ignite ticking, and I believe Teddy will still fall down, as now Summit looking to try and pull one back. Faker going to die as well, as Cuz trying to run away. He will be able to do so as Kana down at 100 health, but will be able to reduce your health bar to nothing if you move too close to him with that accelerated shock blast available. So a bit of a blunder there for T1, but definitely not the end of the world, as we have a look at this engage once again.
Yeah,
this
just
is that dead
effort
punch.
taking the initiative there and saying, well, you're a Lee Sin that has flash and ward hop, but I'm just going to react quicker. And what happened here was they just got caught up as Punch, Lee Sin's still doing absolutely nothing. It was all really Dove that does come in here at the end and pick up the kill. By the way, 1,000 gold from the bounty going the way of the Zoe. So that's going to be a really big pickup, actually, for the mid laner, who was 0-4 before that kill did go down. And yeah, you still got to be careful to just fight straight into, a Dark Binding and bullet time straight to your face, because she's still going to do damage, BMF, even if she is far behind.
And Teddy actually had a really interesting interaction there. I believe he cleanse ulted out of the kick, which I didn't actually think was possible. I thought you had QSS knockbacks. But watching that replay, it did look like that's what he did. So, very confusing. I was actually unaware that that was actually possible. But that's what it looked like. Oh, maybe I'm insane. Let me know in the comments, guys.
I don't know.
Keep me up to date.
Maybe anything is possible against Lee Sin.
Potentially. He now has a Luden's Echo. So that's a thing. It's not a Morellonomicon. This is a new one. As Sangyun was our Morello builder on the Kai'Sa. This time around, Teddy just wants to have as much burst damage as possible. Can't blame him. He's going to be doing a hell of a lot of work there. And apparently Teddy actually used Cleanse earlier, so maybe you can just ult out of a kick for some reason. Wasn't aware of that, but never mind. Oh, he didn't actually kick?
He got
maybe that's
he
what
got
it was.
out of there.
I actually thought the kick went off, but maybe it just didn't. As now T1 are starting off the Baron to try and stop me from talking about that one particular moment. Punch takes the majority of his health bar from one ability. As what was that little bit of burst?
That was the W. We can't see it, but Teddy's W's are chunking. That Root just got hit by another one.
Wait, I think Punch would have died to a W. I think it might have been the Luden's proc that did the extra damage.
That would have been
Dove is at half
Luden's
health
proc.
too. I don't know, man. Punch doesn't have a lot of defensive statistics right now. As Faker moving down from the top side, Sandbox do have vision on this Baron, as there's another dredge line that comes in, but Effort might actually be sacrificed here, and he is going to go down, but now Faker finds his way in, is going to pop the Moonfall, does a lot of damage, and now there's Teddy to come in and clean up. As Dove's going to go down, the flash utilized there, and Teddy's going to get his revenge, as Root is well and truly out of position. He's saying, why can't I go the way of the Jinna 80 carries and head to T1 as well? But the answer is going to be no. The red team that he headed towards was Sandbox, and in this particular series, that was the wrong choice.
They're just going to go for it. 31 minutes might be the game time here for both games, just back-to-back. T1, they're able to fully ace the enemy team. It looked kind of wishy-washy and messy to start the fight, but because Faker was able to keep everybody around, they're going to wait for the potential kill there. Not quite going to get it, as the Nexus will go down and T1 will pick up the 2-0.
Yeah, really clean there from T1. There was no part of any of those games where we felt like T1 had any way of losing. And they continued that the entire way through. Really, really impressive stuff. Yeah, not much more to say, to be perfectly honest. Very elementary game there from T1.
Yeah, just kind of dunking Sandbox, showing that they are on a different level right now. T1, they want to win all the possible games that are left because they want to secure first place so they get a finals bid straight in. They get a bye into the finals. They don't have to fight in the playoffs. They can hide all of their strategies, which I feel like might be the most important thing, especially in best of fives. And with that win over Sandbox, they're going to get one step closer, with Genji, of course, right at their heels. Or I suppose they might be a little bit ahead of them right now.
2 points behind, 2 points ahead of T1 as it stands right now. This is T1 able to even things out as far as match score is concerned. Genji having only lost to T1 in the first round, and T1 losing a few interesting matches against Afrika and Hanwha, and of course Damwon as well more recently. That has put them behind a little bit, but Genji also managing to drop a couple of games recently has been difficult for them. Their Dragon X loss certainly being the most telling of the situation, as we saw that particular W, Valdez. But otherwise, yeah, a lot of these Void Seekers have gone missing. Ironic.
Yeah.
It's called Seeker, and it's been lost. As look at the pillar out of Kuz. Oh, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and then he tries to flash late, but Effort once again with the fantastic positioning. He's able to get in there and help out his team. I believe both you and I did vote for Effort.
That was probably one of the easiest, one of the easiest support hogs that we've voted for, I think. Apart from maybe Carrier's Pike in that one Pike performance where he popped completely off.
I mean, Effort is really becoming a key part of this T1 lineup. You know, we don't talk about him all too much, but just last year he was a really new player. He was still trying to clean up his play and just get more consistent. But now he is probably the most consistent support that we do have in the
I mean,
LCK.
he's the second longest standing T1 player on this roster right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think about it, right? And that's with Faker playing since 2013, but none of the other T1 players from the legacy days are available. As you saw,
You see how he picked up that trouble bubble so that Faker
he
didn't
picked
have
it
to
up
get
for
it?
Faker. Is that what he did?
Yeah, and then he lived.
My God, good guy effort. That's why he gets to stick around. He understands who the carry is for this T1 squad. Is without having trouble bubble, you're very dead as a Zoe against that particular Jace. And effort, like, he was just getting picks everywhere this game.
Yeah, he really was. And you see, Punch actually
Yeah, he didn't even get to
kick.
kick. He didn't even get to kick. I actually thought I saw the animation start, but maybe Teddy altered, so he wasn't actually able to get that one off. As at least Teddy did eventually fall down there. That was a good news story for Sandbox, but the good news certainly was on about page 7, and then once you got through the rest of the book, it was all bad news. It was just
Sad
that one little article in the book, but otherwise it was just bad.
Yeah. Stopwatch / Zonya's still an insane item.
Mm-hmm.
God, this item is so good. Can't stop talking about it. Kinda
Yeah, Stopwatch
did
is great.
do some insane damage in that game on the Jace. I suppose he would be number 2 when it does come to Pog list for me, but
Yeah, I think it goes
Effort the easy win.
Effort Canna Cuz, maybe, this game?
Yeah.
Effort Canna Teddy? I don't know, everyone played pretty well, to be honest. Faker was split pushing well. He was able to actually find some decent damage in the mid game.
yeah, had a couple of moments.
Yeah, and also was able to play out the composition like a 1-3-1, which really suffocated Sandbox. And when you're playing with the amount of momentum that T1 had, I think it's a really, really good play style to really keep the pressure on your opponents. And Sandbox had no real answers. So really, really clean stuff. Loved it from T1. Fantastic performance. And this is the time where you want to be looking this good as you're heading towards the playoffs. And I actually kind of selfishly hope that T1 don't finish first, so that we get to see more of them in the playoffs as well. Because one of the coolest things was watching T1 come from, 5th on the standings and then just riding the gauntlet all the way through. I believe that was Spring Split of last year, where they were able to really run the gauntlet and take that first place. Is that correct? I'm trying to make sure that I've got my timeline worked out here. Can you confirm?
I don't think it was spring of last year. I think it was 2 years ago. Or
2018?
Summer
No, they didn't do
2018.
very much winning in 2018. I don't think.
Well, I guess. Well, we're taking a look at the collective. It looks like it's summer of 2019.
Oh, summer.
They would know. The
Oh,
collective
summer in 2019.
minds-
Okay.
The collective minds are just too strong.
Oh, right, yeah,
for
because
us
they had
to
the MSI
understand.
hangover. They had the MSI hangover.
True.
That was what it was, and then got themselves back to form just before Worlds. Okay, I thought that I might have had it wrong. So thanks, Collective, for letting us know. Effort is, in fact, going to pick up player of the game. We'll see whether we have the Valdanalist swing vote once again.
If I'm the swing vote, I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, he should be maybe not unanimous, but I think he should be definitely.
I think it's at least 7. It's got to be at least 7 this game, right?
Yeah.
But
Are
it
we
should be,
pog
it
voting the
should
pog
be
vote?
unanimous.
Are we trying to predict the pog vote?
Yeah. We're pog voting the pog vote.
Look at this, where he picks up the
I
trouble.
can't believe that. Yeah, because Faker would have had to walk through it if he was going to do anything in effort. That's actually really cool that you managed to spot that one out. As then just goes in and murders Punch.
What's it
And
gonna be?
we're not going to
8
look
out
at the
of
rest.
9.
8 out of 9. One random person on the Korean broadcast voting for Teddy. We will name and shame them as soon as we possibly can. I believe it was Cloud Templar. Because
I don't know.
Company's on the
His,
desk
he
with
doesn't
him,
have
but
the
I...
sheepish grin, though. You know? He's kind of like looking up in disappointment. He's like, oh, somebody voted for Teddy. Wow.
I think we'll get, hopefully we'll get some confirmation as we are listening
That's
to the
probably what
POG
did.
interviewers. Here we go. It's the bottom lane for T1, so let's throw it over to G-Sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with Translation. And T1 is still on a chase for the first place. How are you feeling right now, getting back another win?
승리하기도 했고 오랜만에
We won
2대0
today,
승리라서
and it's been a while since we got a 2-2 win, so really happy.
승리하기도 했고
Me
2대
too.
0으로
We won
바톤 듀오끼리 받아서
and the
기분 좋은 것
bottom
같아요.
duo got the POG and we won 2-0, so it feels really nice. So there were a lot of unexpected picks coming out of the side of T1. And Kanna was actually going really aggressively, so are you guys trying some change? Or how is Kanna's playstyle?
원래 칸나 선수가 공격적으로 되게 잘하는데
Kanna is really good at playing
공격적으로
aggressively.
잘 못하게 약간
So we
좀
kind
아래쪽에서
of,
하던 것도 좀 있었어가지고
like on the bot side of the map, we kind of
방향성이
like
그때그때
wanted him to
바뀌어서
stay
맞춰서 하는 것
controlled.
같아요.
So it depends on every team play style we choose to play.
피드백 관련된 부분들은 저희가 항상 집중할 수밖에 없습니다. T1의
We
피드백은
always
진짜 결과만
are
만들어내니까.
so interested
그래서
in
여쭤볼 수밖에
T1's
없는 것이
feedback after
지난번
every
경기는
series,
의아할 정도로 좀
especially
아쉬운 결과가 좀 나왔었거든요.
there was a huge
그때는
shocking loss
어떤
against
내용들이
Tamon
좀 오고
Gaming.
갔었나요? 너무 과거인가요?
그때 당시에
Well, at that
그냥
time,
좀 전라인이 좀
every
많이
laners
기량이 딸렸다라는
were
그냥 끝났거든요.
underperforming. We
그래서
were actually outperformed
그런
by
거
Tamon
보면서
players.
그냥
So we were like,
다음 경기
okay,
열심히
well,
준비했던 것
let's
같아요.
prepare harder
굉장히
for the
피드백이
next game.
오갔군요. 그러면 오늘 그 피드백이 반영된 여러 가지 경기 내용 중에서
After the feedback, you guys are doing a great work.
그렇죠. 약간 T1 내부적으로
And
다양한 승리
T1
패턴을 만들고 싶어하는 것
is
같은데
creating a
실제로
lot
지금
more
그런 피드백이
winning
오고 있는
recipe
건가요?
for a team. Are you guys trying a lot of different things right now?
네 패턴을 좀 바꾸려는
Well, yeah,
것도
we are
있고
trying to
여러
find
가지
some new
시도하려고
patterns,
하고
and we want to pull
있습니다.
off some
챔피언
new
같은 것도. 네.
attempts. Is also in terms of champions.
그렇죠. 누가 뭐 쳐다보고 있나요?
Is someone giving you the pressure? Why are you guys keep having that eye contact before answering?
어떻습니까?
No.
뭐 루시안도 등장을 했었고
And
다이애나도
Lucian
좀 등장을
on
하고
top,
있었는데
Diana
준비한
on mid.
만큼은 결과물이 좀 잘 나온 셈입니까? 어떻습니까?
So how do you rate your performance on those two new
뭐 승리했기
champions?
때문에 잘 준비한
Well,
픽이라고 생각하고 있어요.
We won, so I think that was a good choice.
일곱 번째 지금 에포트의 눈치를 보고 있거든요.
Teddy, that was the 7th time you looked at effort
아,
before
이게
answering. Why
누가
why
먼저
is that?
말했거나 지금 눈치 싸움 중이어가지고.
네.
I mean, just like I'm just trying to figure out who's gonna start of the answer.
어쨌든 오늘 근데 에포트 선수
Effort.
2세트는 뭐 워낙 좋은
Game
장면이
number
많이
2 was
나왔었는데
so clean.
1세트의 그
So let's go
이마가
back
좀
to
아픈
game
장면이
1.
있었죠.
But there were some sloppy
네.
moments with the dredge line.
흔들린 것 같았는데 근데 사실은 경기는 좀 잘 풀었단
I mean,
말이죠.
game
어떻습니까 이 경기?
Ended up alright, but how was the game number
솔직히
1?
1경기도
in
실수 없이 잘
overall
끝낼
point
수
of view.
있었는데 중간에
We
실수가
could have
나서
ended up game
아쉽긴
without
해요.
making
근데,
mistakes,
네.
but we
그래도
did make some
2세트 때
mistakes in the middle of the
좋은
game.
모습
But
보여줘서
game
다행이라고
number
생각합니다.
2, we showed kind of a clean performance.
뭐 아예 없었으니까.
Yeah,
그
game
장면들
2 was
많은
more like
팬들이
a
좀
very
이야기를 하고
clean
계시는데
game.
특히나 그 최근에 에포트 선수가 뭐 로밍
And
관련된 좋은
recently,
장면들을 많이
effort,
보여주면서
you've been pulling off a
국내에서
lot of
인물을 좀
roam
부여받는
plays.
것이 아닌가.
Very
이런
active
내용들도
all
좀
around the
오고
map.
있거든요. 어떻습니까?
뭐 로밍
Well,
같은 경우에는
in terms
챔프에
of
따라
roaming,
달라서
it
로밍형
depends on the
패턴이 따로
champions that I
있고 뭐
play. So
네,
there are some
라인전에 좀
roaming champions, there are
집중하는
some
챔피언이 있고
laning
그래서
priority
그때그때 바뀌는
champions.
것
So
같아요.
it depends on every
오늘
different
태기 선수는
situations.
사실상 그 여러 가지 난전 상황에서도 이제 실수가 별로 없는 장면들을
And
잘
also,
보여주면서 일단 POG 포인트도 손에 넣게 됐는데
Like
오늘
being
플레이
so
본인은 어떻게
consistent
생각하세요?
throughout the
전반적인 플레이에 대해서.
team fights, Teddy. How was your performance today?
사실 첫 번째 판 그냥 무난하게
Game
끝났는데
number 1,
두
it was
번째
like
판에는
okay,
좀더
there was no big
긴 게임을
accidents.
해서 좀 좋은 모습을
But
보여주고
game number
싶었는데
2,
좀 빨리 끝나서
I
좀
wanted the
아쉬운
game
것
to
같아요.
be extended so I
근데
can
지금
show some of the
얘기는 왜
stylish
에포트를
play.
쳐다봤어요?
But it kind of ended up too
아
quicker
상호가
than I
너무 잘
expected.
끌어가지고 2세트 때 너무 빨리 끝나가지고
Especially game number 2,
그래요?
effort was so good at hooking
그렇게
the enemies, so game ended so quick.
그런 게 아쉬울 수 있겠죠.
칭찬의 눈빛이기도 했군요. 여러 가지 의미가
I guess
있었던
Teddy was giving
눈빛이었는데.
the eye of
자, 그럼 다음
compliment to
경기는
effort.
이제 정말 오래된
And your
전통적인
next
클래식한 더비잖아요.
opponent
KT와의 경기.
will be
미국에서
KT,
기다리고
a very
있습니다. 어떻습니까?
classic
그 다음 경기에 대한
rival,
그,
right?
마음?
What's your mindset going into that series?
일단 통신사 더비기도 하고
Yeah, it's a telecom
KT가
war,
워낙
and KT,
연승도 얼마
They
전에
were on a
8연승까지
very
했어가지고
huge
되게
winning
긴장해야
streak.
될 것 같고
So
잘
we
준비해야 될 것
should
같아요. 바텀 분들도
keep our
되게
guards up,
잘해가지고.
and also their bot lane is so
선수는요?
strong, so we will do our best.
저도 똑같이 생각하고 있고요. 네,
I
순위
think the
싸움에
same.
지금 좀 치열하게
We are
진행되고
having a
있어서
very
한 경기 한 경기
intense
소중해서 꼭
competition
승리해야
on
될
the
것 같아요.
standings,
자,
so
끝으로
every
사실
match
T1이
matters.
1위로 마감하면서 결승전 직행을
T1,
바라는 수많은 T1 팬
I
여러분들이
think
함께하고
yeah, all the
계십니다.
fans
팬
are
여러분께 한
also
말씀씩
wishing
한번
T1 to
부탁드릴게요.
head straight to the finals. So any message for your fans?
남은 경기 다 이길 수 있도록 열심히
We will do our
하겠습니다.
best to
네,
pick up
1등으로
all the
마무리할 수
wins in
있도록 열심히
our
할게요. 감사합니다.
remaining series and end up on the first place.
왜 넘어가려고 그래? F4 선수 해야죠.
Effort,
한마디.
you should end an
네,
interview.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고
Thank you for
네,
all the
남은
support.
경기 얼마 이제 안
And we
남았는데
don't have much
마무리
matches
잘할 수
left for
있도록
the regular
열심히
split, so we will
준비하도록
do our
하겠습니다.
best and keep
감사합니다.
up the hard work. Thank you.
승리 축하드리고요. 다음
This will be
경기도
the end of the
기다리겠습니다.
interview with
고맙습니다.
Teddy Effort from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as usual, for the interview translation. And great to hear from Teddy and F at the bottom lane. And also just fantastic to have Caster Sung on the caster desk. It feels like he actively trolls the players every interview. And it's just brilliant.
He brought over his Spo style, which was always wacky and wonderful.
Yeah.
In his interviews, where he was bringing random people into the interviews, and he brought that style into a more, Riot-esque environment, and he's made it into his own. It's always wonderful to watch. As T1 with that win are just 2 games behind Gen.G in terms of the indicator score there, as you guys can see, but still a couple of matches for those 2 teams to play.
Yep, and now we have a 3-way tie for 8. Sorry, it's not a 3-way tie because I believe Harmor Life has head-to-head over APK and Sandbox. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they have
They
a
also
game
need
to
to lose
play.
another game.
Yeah, Harmor Life have another game to play, so
They're
we're going to be
against
seeing.
Gen.G, I think, though. So.
They are, and it's going to be in a couple of days' time. I think on Saturday, I believe. After the break, of course, we have Afrika versus Griffin. Afrika looking to try and escape relegation zone, and Griffin desperately trying to claw their way back. They were able to take a win against Damwon, but that is not going to be enough. And they will need to win the remainder of their games, I believe, if they're going to stand any chance of escaping the last remaining promotion tournament of the LCK before we get into franchising. This is actually a huge deal, guys, as they just want to be able to stick around towards summer to make sure that they have as much chance to prove themselves before we head into that franchising mode. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, Afrika versus Griffin. Stick around.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. Going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the LCK for 2020 Spring. We are up to our final match of the evening. Griffin taking on the Afrika Freaks as we had a gaze over the lovely Seoul Station here in Korea. And now looking to gaze over the lineups for this particular match because we saw the fated return of Sword for their most recent 2-0 on the side of Griffin. And will that continue, Brendan Valdez, is my question.
Well, we will have to find out. I don't know why you're calling me Brendan Valdez. This is LS.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes.
I thought that was one of your other aliases, LS.
No. I know that LS is in Valdez's name and also in Atlas's name.
We can't go anywhere without him, apparently. Unable to escape the LS effect.
He's always here, whether or not he's not here. So I am him. And
that was the most awkward way you could say that. I loved it.
I'm really good at that, as you probably know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Griffin, it will be interesting to see if they can get themselves out of the deep hole that they are in right now, as we are taking a look here at the final race to avoid the relegation zone.
Yeah, and every match is super important for all of these teams towards the bottom of the standings. As you can see, Hummer Life have an extra game to play, but I think falling down to 13 losses is going to feel like almost guaranteed relegation, unless it is going to be that downward race. A lot of these teams still having to face off against Hanwha Life, so honestly, Hanwha Life could be the life insurance that some of these teams are looking for, to be perfectly honest. APK and Griffin certainly going to be looking towards them for their life vest out of here. And if Griffin are able to take down Afrika here, then it's going to be this really crazy clincher finish for Hanwha Life, APK, Sandbox, and Griffin there towards the bottom of the standings. Because now that Sandbox have fallen to T1, they are even with APK as far as their losses are concerned. In fact, they are at a dead heat at 8th place. But that is very, very close to 9th. Valdez, and that is not where you want to be.
Yeah, everybody's just trying to claw their way out right now. As we take a look at the points of the match, former top 4 team Afrika's fall. Afrika is the only team without a victory in round 2. They have not won in round 2, which is crazy. Relegation
not at all.
should not be their destination. Can Afrika win all the remaining series and get the playoff ticket? Is a good question.
I mean, that's going to be very, very difficult for them, but theoretically, their task is easier than that was of Sandbox in our previous matchup. They also had a possibility of getting towards those playoffs, so the dream is not dead. However, it is certainly going to be a miracle if it does actually happen. They're going to need to turn it around Apparently it's Dudadunga time for Griffin. Not entirely sure what that necessarily means in reference to this game, but I'm okay with it.
With the Dudadunga.
It's Dudadunga time. We're going to finish this match in very, very quick time, or something like that. As we have a look at some of the stats here, we've highlighted a 4th place statistic. That's not what you want to see. And
well, it's their best statistics, so we got to highlight something.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And average BPP is certainly up there for Griffin, as you can see. Barons per
power play.
Average Baron power play is pretty large. Yes. Okay, got it. Barons per person. Wow, they got so many Barons per person. Over 3,000. That's incredible. Ooh, this is interesting. Spirit is back in. I think last time we saw All In, but it was alongside Dread. And they stuck with the same roster throughout that match. Now, it is the next iteration. In their Damwon series, they were playing with Dread and Fly with double S on the bottom side of the map instead of Mystic. So once again, another iteration here of the Afrika Freaks. And I think this was one of the rosters that worked relatively well in the Casper Cup, but Fly was actually playing much better that time around, as once again, Sword is going to be in the starting roster here for Griffin. And you can understand that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they are coming fresh off their victory over Damwon.
Absolutely. We will have to see if they can make it work here. Sword, looking at you. You got to perform pretty well. UCal, we'll hope he's a little bit happier with their recent wins. I know he wasn't too happy with some of their losses. As we are taking a look at Keen's stats, he does have a pretty nice stat line, even for being in 6th place with his team.
This is actually ludicrous. It's ludicrous how 1v9 Keen has been on this squad. And yes, we say that every single year. This guy, like, it feels like he's just trapped on a team that's just destined to never perform, even though he continues to, because look at those statistics. They don't lie, but still, this is round 2. They have literally not won one of these games. They have lost everything. They lost to Sandbox, Genji, KT, APK, Damwon, and then, I believe, Hanwha Life.
That's crazy. How does that even happen?
Yeah, it was...
It's the opposite of KT and what they did.
Uh-huh. Just not what you want to see, as we are going to be highlighting UCal, who picked up double player of the game in their Damwon series, and he was the one that really came alive. He was fantastic, an absolute joy to watch. In that series, being able to pick up a win on his Zoe was also a fantastic one. I think he was like on an 8-match losing streak on that champion prior to that final win, so definitely good news story. Not necessarily as far as damage per minute, that stat is pretty terrible, but kill participation well and truly up there, as well as jungle proximity being certainly up there as well, showing that UCal and Tarzan have been able to play around each other relatively well.
Yeah, for sure. And they really need to keep it going. They have the most losses out of any team down there at the bottom, so they really cannot afford to lose many more, if any more,
and they have to win this one too, right? They need to win the matches that on paper they should theoretically be able to. And I know that sounds like the most obvious thing ever, but after this, they're going to be facing off against Hanwha Life, and theoretically, Griffin could actually get out of the clutches of relegation despite how woeful their season has been.
You notice that Azir band started off. They do not want to allow UCal to play that champion.
He's certainly been favoring it. Absolutely. A blue side Aphelios ban is very interesting here, as Griffin do take away the Taric to try and deny the Kalista Taric synergy. Of course, Keen is a pretty practiced Kalista player himself, so likely that Afrika is still going to go for that one. Look at this! This is exactly what Damwon did not do. Just ban on. Make Sword play a different champion, and you'll see a very different player. And they have done their homework, and they are going to opt in for exactly that.
They listened to the English broadcast. They heard you guys talking about it, and they were like, you know what? Those guys are probably right. Let's ban away the Ornn. Set is also going to be taken away here
Senna
from Afrika, but Kalista and Senna are both open.
Interesting that we're going for the Callista. Of course, Afrika are one of the teams that can flex it. As Griffin now probably just going to lock away Senna Tamkinch. What do you reckon? Or Senna something. Irove does love the set. They banned it, though, on the red side. But it's not going to be Senna. It's going to be the LCK special of the Varus into the Callista. This is what, you know, most of these teams have agreed upon as being the counter option. That alongside Misfortune, another one, but it feels like cream of the crop is definitely the Varus. Viper has also had some decent performances on the Varus in recent times as well. As now Afrika have the option to pick something else away, likely to be a jungle and support, as I think that Jarvan Thresh would make the most sense at this point in time. What do you reckon? Ooh, not the Thresh.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I thought the Thresh would be okay, but I suppose that they want to go a little bit differently here. Remember that Afrika is also the team that had Spirit playing support AP Jarvan, although I don't think that is going to happen today.
I think the most likely support will be the Rumble. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. But Rumble support can still happen. And it means that he can, like, you know, Rumble not with the most disengage options in his kit, does go a little bit faster with the Scrap Shield, but with the Fate's Call, will be able to play relatively aggressively on the bottom side. Might be able to get themselves a bit of priority in that lane. Wouldn't mind Rumble support here, as Aatrox is going to be a band away from Keen.
Yeah, Aatrox, everybody's favorite phase 2 pick. I feel like it gets picked here more often than probably any other champion. So you see it so much on R4 or even B4, R5. Yeah. It's very common. Echo is also going to be taken away here, which is quite interesting. Maybe they're thinking about playing Syndra.
Well, Syndra is going to be banned. Ooh, I like it. Look at this. The Valdanalus, just understanding how this draft is going. Also, a pick that suits Yukal very well. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Kiana even banned away here, as he certainly showed a great performance on that one in their last series, but Yukal's champion pool is proving to be much deeper than I think we all expected at the beginning of the season during their little slump, as that is going to be Aurelia taken away as well. Likely another pick that is aimed towards Yukal, but our Sword could theoretically be playing that on the top side of the map, and we'll see where Sword's going to go. I think on the last time of asking, he was playing something like Maokai top lane, which wasn't so good. And we're going to see, once again, Yukal Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe is going to come back out here. Interesting that they did ban away the Aurelia instead of the Zoe. Maybe they were considering picking it up for themselves. But Alistar is going to be picked up here. So, in fact, it will be the Alistar support with Galio in the mid lane. That is just a bunch of big dudes with the Callista for a backline.
I actually love it. I love Burly Boys plus Callista. This feels like a composition that we've seen quite a few times here in the LCK. It will mean likely the Rumble heading towards the top side of the map, and we'll see what Sword is going to have into that matchup. I think this is almost reading Sword picking something like, wanting to pick something like a Maokai to be that front line, but he's not going to be able to, as the Jace is going to be locked in here. That's what Sword's decided to take, and this composition, depending on how Viper is going to be itemizing, could be a pretty devastating poke comp out of Griffin. Their poke and siege would be crazy if it is going to be lethality Varus.
Yeah, and it's absolutely a way to handle Afrika's composition that is just, we're jumping in the pool, everybody get in, let's cannonball. And, you know, everybody goes in, tries to make the biggest splash as possible, and then Callista follows up. And one way to handle that is just with a bunch of poke and never getting near the enemy team and just slowly chipping away at their wall that they do have in front. But Afrika, I think they're still going to be able to pull off some of these engages. They have a lot of kind of just point and click stuff where it's like, if you're going to flash Alistar combo, you're going to find someone, and Galio will be able to follow up, and more importantly, Jarvan will also be able to flag drag, Cataclysm, and the Wombo combo is real, so we'll have to see if they do pull it off.
Yeah, I actually really like it. It's the first time that we've seen the Cataclysmic entrance for like a really long time. And I certainly love that one. Able to, jump in with the Cataclysm. It's often the Jarvan I'm helping situation where he can engage from a few screens away and then often leave his team behind. That is not the case when you have a Galio, plus the Equalizer to layer over the top from extraordinarily long range. So I do like what Afrika have put together, but whether Griffin are going to let them play their comp the way they want to is going to be something that we're going to have to find out right now as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1 between Afrika and Griffin. So far, draft-wise, I do love what Afrika have done in comparison to what they've put together in previous matches.
Yeah, and it's a composition. You know, we've said this before. For teams that are struggling, don't pick LeBlanc, Jace, these champions that require like really complex macro strategies or, very tricky stuff, right? This is just like I see enemy, I attack enemy, and it's very obvious what everybody's role within the team fight is. So when you're struggling, just get people all on the same page to the point where it's going to be very difficult to mess things up. Like if a Cataclysm happens, I'm going to press my R button as Rumble. If the Alistar engages, I'm going to press my R button as Galio, etc., etc. And it should be very straightforward for them. So now the question is, can they actually execute it as simply as I have spoken it out there?
Well, we're going to have a look at some of the interview questions and answers here on the side of Tarzan and Yukal. During the losing streak, Yukal and I discussed the way to change teamwork a lot. We're on the process to improve that. I like that. At first, Tarzan didn't talk even when he wanted something. Now he's trying to express whatever he wants and not like he's walking on eggshells. Okay, that's interesting. This is certainly coming from a Griffin that was very almost anti-conversational during their matches, but a lot of it had to do with their team synergy being really drilled into them, especially just based on CV Max's coaching style. So it looks like there might have been some teething issues as far as moving away from that and more of an H-Dragon style.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you point out the different coaches too, because obviously CV Max will be very different from most coaches within the entire league, whereas H-Dragon will be kind of that more classic style you'd have to imagine. So different players, different coaches, everything changing up, and it's nice to see that finally something's sticking, right? Spring is oftentimes seen as a kind of practice ground for a lot of these teams to see what works, see what doesn't, and try to build up for summer and potentially make a Worlds run there with some extra points. So we'll see how it turns around. I'm excited for Griffin.
Yeah, well, we'll see what roster they're going to settle on as well, because so far it's Sword back in as far as the top lane is concerned. I know a lot of you viewers in the collective scratching your head as to why it is not either Hoya or Huntara, but as you saw in the last series, theoretically he is the best choice because he's the most winningest over the last few matches. Whether he's going to be able to deal with Keen is going to be a different question entirely, but his last test was Noggery, and that's not an easy matchup for anyone to lock down, as Tarzan going to be taking this Rift Scuttler. We do need to caveat the fact that Sword got double Ornn picks, so this is going to be important because Sword needs to show us that he can play something that isn't Ornn. That's the big test. Jace was like probably is like 2-trick that Sword was also finding some comfort on during Griffin's good run during the LCK for both 2018 and 2019. He certainly was able to find some wins on the Jace. Of course, Jace was a little bit overpowered back then, but we'll see whether Sword is going to once again have one of those good showings. As we can see here in the laning phase thus far, things going absolutely fine for the Jace, but also same can be said for the Rumble.
Yeah, I don't think Keen is ever going to have trouble against Sword, just straight up. Like, to be perfectly frank, Keen should be on a different level from Sword right now. And he is showing that, you know, up against Jace, who is generally a lane bully, he is going to be just fine on this Rumble to start things off. And they're even attempting to focus some pressure up here. Although this wave is going to crash, I think, at a really awkward time. We also do have... Yeah, look at this. It's not quite under the turret. It's just so close. And so the Jarvan is going to back away now. It doesn't go for the Krugs or anything like that. And Tarzan was making his way up. So I think it was kind of crisis averted there for Afrika.
Yeah, well, he took the big Krug, so just being a bit of a jerk to Tarzan. Only had a few little ones there available. As Keen losing out on a trade a bit. As you can see, it is sort of a war against Sword's mana bar and against his Corrupting Potion charges. He's now all through. And double back's going to come down for our top laners. And we have Serrated Dirk on one side and the Seeker's Arm Guard on the other. As the rock, paper, scissors has been played. And I like to think that Keen's probably won out on that one because armor certainly is the bane of any lethality user's existence. And so Keen going to be able to stack that one up. Pretty good first buys, though, for both of our top laners as they both just walk back to lane. As they're probably watching this minion wave to see where the teleports are going to be utilized, but neither of them going to do so. And I actually feel like this benefits Afrika because getting Keen towards level 6 and then having teleport available is going to be very valuable. As now level 4 for the bottom lane, and Jelly taking a bit of damage, but he has the Pulverize. He should be all right as Spirit is down here alongside Tarzan to try and help out these bottom lanes.
Yeah, the junglers have kind of funnily been mirroring each other in a way. Of course, Spirit a little bit more aggressive and oftentimes finding Tarzan. As you can see, the trades are already beginning to go Keen's way. Sword, it's kind of difficult because you, as the Jace, you want to take aggressive trades, you want to jump in there, but when you're going up against a heating up Rumble with his Flame Spitter right in your face, and you're going lethality, you're not exactly building MR. It's like, do I actually win this trade? I'm not so sure. And also, it can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, you never want to take a full duration of Flame Spitter as well as double Harpoon. I don't think you're ever going to win that trade, to be perfectly honest. I think the way that Jace wins is by waiting for the Flame Spitter to finish before you jump in, and before that, utilizing things like the Shock Blast to try and get your trade windows working. That was just straight up a botched trade for Sword. Not super good. But of course, laning against Keen is just difficult, as there is the equalizer, and he's looking for it. Sword down to 100 health, and Keen holding onto the flash. Spirit is going to hunt down this Jace.
Oh, no.
Level 6, sorry, All-In is level 6, and Sword's going to flash before realizing that he's just dead. First blood going over to All-In on the top side of the map.
Just like that. I mean, you can see the vision control that Afrika have to allow that play to happen. Sword just had literally no idea. And it wasn't communicated from mid. UCal must have assumed that All-In was going for a back. Noticed that the TP is still available, so he probably thought, oh, he's going to go back, probably TP back to lane, no big deal. But actually, it was just a setup for the long roam up to the top side, the double control ward, plus the nice little timing on the roam there from All-In, able to secure that kill. If All-In wasn't there, I don't think he would have died. I think he could have just flashed away from the flag, and Dragon should have been fine, unless it would have been a really nice mechanical play from Spirit. So good start here by Afrika, already bullying Sword up in the top side and getting their main man Keen, and even All-In on the Galio ahead.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this Afrika comp wants, right? They want to be able to get these early advantages and then pile in onto neutral objectives around the map and understand that they are going to be able to win those team fights. Because if you have a full-on all-in engage comp, no pun intended, you need to be ahead. Otherwise, you're just funneling gold into your opponent, and that's just really bad news. So being able to play aggressively as the correct choice in the game is absolutely what they want. As Viper has switched towards the top side, Iroh going to be here as well, as Keen's Scrap Shield will allow him to get out of the way. He does have Equalizer as well, so he can eat through this minion wave and does so right here. I think that's a really good choice to make sure that the tempo advantage isn't going to be too high here for Griffin, as Tarzan is going to move on in and is going to start off this Rift Herald, as Mystic and Jelly are going in for the trade. And we've seen this actually work out for a lot of our other teams. Just to stay bottom lane and just rip out the turret plates as best you can. As Spirit is down here, and you can see Afrika very happy just to take down all of these minions, let this entire creep wave die, and give over the Rift Herald without too much worry. And 700 gold's the lead. It's just proving that so far this has worked out for Afrika, and we'll see whether Shelly is going to be able to prove us wrong as far as getting that value out, as Tarzan is possibly going to just put her down as soon as these next couple of plates are going to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Ellis talks about all the time, the swap up to the top side just to go for the Rift Herald. Sword was kind of running around the map with like a headless chicken here for a while, just looking for a lane for his to be his own. He went to mid, you know, cleared out a ward, and then he went top, but didn't stay, and now he's backing. And I understand why he doesn't stay bot, because I think, you know, Jelly with his ultimate, he just dies, right? If he stays under that turret, I don't think he can clear out the wave enough to withstand a push under the turret and just a death. So it was a really awkward time for Sword to lose a bunch of gold, a bunch of XP, and essentially be doing nothing for the whole time. So yeah, they do get the turret up in the top side, but even all-ins here, getting turret plates in the mid lane, the bottom side, you know, Kalista and Alistar were just down there by themselves for the entirety of that turret going down. That's like 3 waves. 2 to 3 waves that Sword was probably missing, and definitely a big oversight there. So I'm not sure what this Jace is going to be doing in this game, but it's definitely not going to be a whole lot because he's not going to have much gold at all.
Yeah, feels like damage control at this point, and that's not where you want to be as the Jace. Sword now trying to get himself back into this game. He's going to be taking the Krug camp on the top side of the map, stealing that away from Tarzan. That's going to feel bad as the jungler, but it is going to be very important to have this Jace at a decent clip as we head towards the mid game, which we are getting towards rather quickly. You can see Keen, he's now building towards his Liandry's, as you would expect, as that Haunting guy's already built up, as our Sword now heading towards what looks to be his first lethality item, and maybe even a Hex Drinker or something like that. I could imagine Edge of Night would be an okay choice, but it's not necessarily the laning matchup consideration. I think that something like a Hex Drinker would actually be a great choice. But does want to be building towards these lethality items, and that is going to send him back just a little bit if he is going to be building that more of Malmortius at some point in time. There's Mystic here just in the mid lane, clearing out minion waves. He's evened up the CS. It was actually a big lead for Viper earlier on, but now that is completely insignificant and or naught. And Viper spot on that ward before that minion wave turned up, and Afrika are just going to take down this Ocean Drake as the first dragon of the game, and they definitely should be able to, right? Like, they are in their power spikes right now with Keen at level 10, approaching that level 11 mark, and all-in can always be exactly where they want, as the Soul will be the Infernal this game, which is going to be very, very powerful for either team, as Mystic gets chunked. It's actually really cool because Infernal Soul is brilliant for all-in compositions and poke compositions, almost especially, right? Because the all-in team wants to burst someone down. You're not going to be utilizing something like an Ocean Drake as well as some other compositions that might have more tanks sort of thing.
Yeah.
Certainly works out very well.
It's Infernal versus Mountain, and the Mountain I feel like would have been pretty helpful for the side of Griffin to try to, you know, stave off the all-in engage, but at the same time, I think you're right. I think the Infernal was probably the best for both at this point, but I'm not sure. From behind, you know, maybe if Griffin could have somehow pulled together, you know, 1 or 2 Mountain Drakes and gotten some resistances, maybe they could have survived a bit better, but at this point it will be the Infernal Drake as the big time comes in.
That's the headbutt pulverized as UCal nowhere to go. He's going to burn down as Mystic's going to pick up that kill. Now they're going to take all these turret plates. Jelly, with his unbreakable will, is going to demonstrate that it is exactly that, as these turret plates do start falling down. We've got 30 seconds left on them, and you can see there was 1 taken top side. There have been 2 or 3 taken in the mid lane, all of them taken bot lane. And Griffin, yes, they managed to get Shelly, but they only took the top outer turret down. No extra damage on the inner turret either. And Afrika certainly making the best of that particular macro choice to just leave their bottom lane bot side. That's going to equate to a 1,200 gold advantage as we have a look at this engagement once again.
Yeah, it's literally just see enemy hero, flash ult, you know, flash combo enemy healer, and they know they're going to have follow-ups. This is exactly what I said at the beginning of the game. This composition is just like, you press your buttons, and then your teammate is going to press his buttons. And if we're ahead, it's going to work out really well. And that's exactly what they did. It was a very clean engage from Jelly, definitely not taking anything away from that, but this simple, straightforward composition that they have is definitely working out, and I think it's really the right choice for Afrika on their losing streak currently to look a little bit cleaner here up against Griffin in game 1. They have the Jarvan coming in from behind. That was really good positioning by Spirit as well, just to clean up the kill onto UCal. can be somewhat difficult to collapse onto a Zoe, but because Jelly was so fast with his engage, Yukal wasn't able to ult away or anything like that. So that's really what got that kill secured. And really was just the one kill for now. The turret is still alive, as you guys can see, but if they pick up Shirley with their nice advantage that they have picked up here in the early to mid game of Frika, then they can probably push into that mid tier 1 and then move over to the Infernals and start stacking those up.
Yeah, and it looks like Shirley is going to be on their minds, and at pretty good timing as well, considering, like you say, the Infernal Drake spawning in a minute and a half's time. So they should be able to get Shirley and then move immediately down there and continue fighting around these objectives like they want to do in this stage of the game. The way that you get a composition to move towards you is to be somewhere in order to take something that your opponent wants, and that's certainly a way to make sure that you can get those team fights that Afrika are certainly going to be looking for. Any sort of phalanx set up by Griffin in a siege scenario or anything like that, that is something that Afrika are going to struggle to deal with, right? Because there's piercing arrows, there's these paddle stars, there's shock blasts, and if Afrika just stand around and get poked, then they're going to have a rough time, because as soon as you are low on your health bar, these engaged compositions aren't going to work anywhere near as well. As Shirley is going to be spawned there in the mid lane, and Mystic should grab that local gold for himself as she does slam her head in that turret.
Yeah, I think the point you make is fantastic, because they really needed to get ahead, Griffin, and they did not. And now we're seeing the effect of that, even with all of their wave clear, their poke. They're essentially just letting objectives fall by the wayside. They're getting farther and farther behind, which only means that that effect is going to be amplified the farther they do get behind, as they are definitely in a bit of a rut now. They're going to have to somehow pull it back. Jace finally got his first item. Congratulations to him.
Yep.
And he's just going to have to go down to the bot lane and hope not to see Rumble, because I think at this point he'll probably lose those trades against the Rumble, who is trying to rush down the Andrews here after being stopped by...
Ooh, Trouble Bubble going to land onto Spirit. Fair bit of damage, but does have the smite onto the big Raptor. To,
great timing, though.
Yeah, to keep his health up. But like you were saying, or as I just mentioned, the smite now on cooldown, and that's going to mean that Griffin should be able to take down this Infernal Drake. But can Afrika actually move in and start the team fight that they're looking for? Not if the Trouble Bubble is going to land on Keen, who takes so much of his health bar. Sword diving into the backline, but Spirit goes golden and flashes away. Preyseeker doesn't find him as the heroic entrance isn't in the right position. Sword just going to go down to Mystic, though, and it is going to be that 4 versus 4. And there's the Fate's Call as well. Jelly does get a really nice headbutt pole, as Viper is still burning down to the Ignite, but that is a really good Justice Punch. It's all in. Will take down the Nautilus. Tarzan in a lot of trouble. The Ren stack should be pulled out. And there it goes. The double kill comes in for the Galio, and Afrika do manage to win the team fight, but they lose out on the Infernal Drake.
Very wonky team fight there. Definitely all over the place. It was kind of funny to watch Spirit just try to avoid everything, but there were members of Griffin coming from every single different angle. He's sitting on a ward here, Sword's like, hello. Wish he had a little bit more damage, but stopwatch again, pretty good item. Saves Spirit, he flashes away, and then there's Rek'Sai in his face. And yeah, I mean, at the same time, Mystic is chasing down the Jace through the mid lane. Very all over the place, and it kind of happened this way because of that initial pick onto the Jarvan that forced him to use his smite just to stay alive. So Afrika were thinking, how hard do we want to actually engage onto this when we have no potential of getting the Drake? And they were a little bit late to the party because the damage was so great from the side of Griffin. So Griffin able to get a nice little objective here in that Infernal Drake, and you've got to know that their pokes are going to begin to start actually doing some damage here as they hit 2 items and start to stack these Infernal Drakes.
Yeah, as Yukal does need to land these Paddle Stars in order for that to be the truth. As we can see, there are the 2 items that Mystic really wants already in his back pocket. He's 2-0-2 now. 3-0-1 for the Galio. All-in's having a great game as he picks up his Zhonya's after his Proto Belt. Active items aplenty here for the Galio, and should be able to drop there into these fights relatively effectively as Viper clears out this minion wave in the mid lane. But picking up the Infernal Drake, like you're talking about, certainly good news. And Griffin, they're not too far behind. It's not an insurmountable lead or anything like that, as it looks like Afrika should be able to get a little bit more of an extended advantage as they demolish this turret on the top side. And Griffin a little bit slow on the rotation in order to stop that one, as the Baron does spawn here at 20 minutes into the game. So well and truly in the mid game here, and that's where Griffin did want to start poking things out, or maybe even playing some sort of 4-1 style of composition with Sword here on the lethality Jace, who's going to be able to knock down these turrets very effectively. He's on the bottom side now, answering what is a turret taken top side, and Yukal's going to pick up that minion wave as All-In's not able to get here in time to take down Sword. So, even trade as far as the structures, and that's going to mean the gold still remains at about 2.3 thousand, as it was after that last team fight.
And you'd have to imagine that this game is just, you know, going into, it's dipping slightly, it's kind of dipping its toes into the lull state, seeing how it feels about the temperature. And for Afrika, I mean, that's fine, you know, just wait for your ultimates, all your cooldowns to be available, wait for the next Infernal to come up, hope that Griffin group up as 5 and that nobody gets poked out this time, and then just go for what worked under the tier 1 turret early on in the game. And say, let's just roll that back one more time and see how it goes, because I think it should go well for Afrika. If they dilly-dally about here and, you know, get poked down, and Spirit's not exactly that tanky just yet. He's got a lot of armor, but Zoe could definitely do a good number to him. And if they get poked out, they're not going to have nearly as much of a good time there around that Infernal Drake. And neither team really wants to make its way towards the Baron just yet. They do have, you know, Callista Rumble on the side of Afrika, but they're not just going to go trade it at 21 minutes or anything like that. So just kind of waiting for this Infernal to spawn.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of a siege into the mid lane there. They get sort of free half of that turret's health as far as damage, so Afrika able to utilize some good macro decisions. 30 seconds, like you were talking about, on that Infernal Drake. And that is going to be the next team fight. And we'll see whether Afrika can find that hard engage that they're looking for. This is all about positioning and making sure that Afrika are decisive on their moves. Don't let Griffin sit around and siege against this composition that wants to all in. Keep those health bars high and deny the trouble bubbles, as Yukal going to get cataclysmed. And there's the equalizer over almost everyone. A flash does have to be used. The exhaust also coming in. And now with Yukal in a bit of trouble, summoner spells wise, it might give Afrika the opportunity, but you saw that shock blast. I mean, this is still relevant damage onto the squishy carries of Afrika, or at least the support and the carry. Sort of feels like there's just one, but Keen and All-In will have more damage than you might otherwise expect from their burliness. Zyro down to about half. Yukal as well. He's picked himself up a smite. As there's the headbutt pulve onto a couple of members. Irove does have the stone plate that he's able to utilize here, as Heroic Entrance does absolutely nothing. And Griffin just waiting out these spells really nicely. Good patient play here from the team that was just able to conquer Damwon. They are still in this with a shot. The Sword, full health, does have a decent mana bar there as well, and look to see whether he can land these shock blasts. As Afrika, they need to get an all-in.
The posturing never ends. It just
Absolutely
never ends
not.
here.
And that suits Griffin just fine, right? All they want to do is posture until someone's basically dead.
Absolutely. This is what I was talking about before, you know, the poke damage is real, as you were talking about, and now there was no vision for Griffin in their own jungle 1 minute ago, but now they've cleared it all out.
Well, Jelly moving on in. There's the flash headbutt pulve onto 3. Sword going to get burnt down by Keen as well as the harpoons are landing. Mystic does find a kill in the backline. He'll turn onto the Drake as Tarzan's trying to run for the hills. Yukal doing the same thing, and as you guys know, he has no summoner spells and no chance to make it out of this one. There's the headbutt, delivers the kill beautifully over to Mystic, and my God, Jelly, what a performance on this Alistair so far today.
Yeah, I suppose they didn't expect him from this angle. The 3-man knockup into the equalizer is where you really begin to hammer that nail into the coffin here for Griffin. They were posturing so well, as we talked about, but then unfortunately, right at the crucial moments, they all grouped up for one big wombo combo engage. And that's exactly what Afrika needed and wanted at the end of the day. So Jelly, great job to him to set that all up, as now both Galio and Callista are 4-0-2, and I don't think there is a chance in hell for Griffin to come back in this game unless somebody on Afrika decides that they'd like to stand in the mid lane and take a bunch of poke first.
Yeah, this is a very, very tall order. And Mystic has double lifesteal as well, so the poke is probably going to be pretty worthless against him. Not to mention a cheeky little Ocean Drake that's going to be doing a little bit of help there also. So yeah, this has certainly gotten very scary for Griffin. And I don't know what their answer is going to be, as now Sword deals with these minions quite nicely. Keen not going to go for any 1v1s at this stage. Sword has managed to find himself a CS advantage, but Keen is 0, 1, and 8. 100% kill contribution. The Rumble looking a little bit like a support Rumble, but definitely playing very, very well, and certainly shows that Afrika understands exactly how this comp's supposed to work. Play around equalizers, engage around Keen, and you're probably going to win. As many 5-mans as possible, and Afrika should be cruising towards a Game 1 victory.
Yep, just wombo combo it up. And now they, again, are really struggling. You can see the amount of poke that Sword has at this point. Jelly's got more items than Sword in terms of effectiveness. Like, even Jelly's really tanky at this point. He's level 11 to only level 13 of Sword. And yeah, just Afrika as a whole really far ahead at this point. I think they could easily at this point just head over the Baron, deny vision, and the second that Griffin want to attempt to get on in there, they can just turn it around, as they are going to set that up right now. The vision did come in from Griffin, so they know this is started, but will they attempt to actually fight, because they know the crazy team fight potential of Afrika's comp?
And the cow once again lies in wait. There's the Hex Flash. Does find Yukal, who's not going to use the cleanse just yet. But there's the heroic entrance. Good night. Little Miss Zoe as Viper trying to kite this one out. Tarzan going to be going down though with Sword. Jumping onto Mystic, but he can't get through the lifesteal. As now Viper going to get cataclysmed. The winds of war will rage in the pit and will take him down as Irove just... I don't know, man. I don't know what Big Daddy's going to do as the Baron is going to be taken down.
Yeah, Big Daddy Nautilus lost all of his children here on the lineup. So
yeah.
sad. And
the little
Jelly,
sister's not
once
here
again,
at this point.
Yeah, the more we see Hex Flash used, by the way, I know this isn't really a new thing, but the more it's just like such a game changer, especially when you're far ahead. It makes it look even better because the enemy team has no vision. So Jelly could have come from, over the Krug wall, he could have come from over the Baron wall, he could have come from over this wall. It's like you're just never really going to have enough vision to cover all of your angles, but the one that Jelly chose was absolutely perfect. And this is the combo I was talking about. Alistair goes in, the equalizer comes down, and Galio follows up. And just that amount of burst damage onto a flashless Zoe this far behind is, of course, a little bit too much. As now the Baron is in, and Afrika can essentially do whatever they want in this game.
Yeah, Jelly has now assumed Electravelian's position in MI6.
Wait, what?
008. I believe it was, or was he 009? No, I think it was 008. I think Trevelyan was 008. Of course, Sean Bean in the movie with Pierce Brosnan. One of my personal favorites. Really enjoyed that as far as the Pierce Brosnan movies. They got a bit crap after that, to be perfectly honest. But that one was a good one. Certainly a fantastic video game, as some of you guys would know. Don't know whether Nintendo 64 is necessarily something that a lot of our viewers have experienced. As we have a look at the goal difference, and you can see the little chunks. I think it might be available on iPad. You can emulate it if you'd like to.
I meant the N64. Like, what is that? I've never heard of that.
Oh, yeah, I think it's an app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's an app, or like one of those sort of like the Play Store or the iStore, Apple Store. That's the one. Yeah. It's where you go to play the games. you get them from there. Yeah, that's how it works.
That's probably where you can get what is that? League of Legends Wild Rift.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would assume that's where you can pick that up. And
I'm pretty sure TFT Mobile is also over there. Absolutely.
Almost definitely available in the App Store.
As we do have a soul point. Let's get back on track a little bit here because this is a very intense and close match.
Yes, lots of action.
Yeah, Yeah. I mean, there is a fair bit of action, but I mean, most of it is just in favor of Afrika as they're cruising towards the enemy nexus for what feels like an inevitable victory. And Griffin, the thing is, like, they don't have very much to get back into a game, right? A poke composition like this, poke and siege comps, are very much finesse-based, and you have to really outplay your opponent if they are ahead of you in almost any way. As you can see Jelly in position. There's another flash headbutt pole, but this time Viper is able to flash out of the way. Fate's Call used at exactly the right time to make sure that the cow does not go off to pasture just yet. And they do eradicate the rift of the first inhibitor turret of the game, and they will be able to make their way out. I love this. I mean, Kalista Alistair was so popular, like around 2015, for exactly that reason. These engages just feel so easy to pull off. And even if they don't work, you just have Fate's Call, and out goes the Alistair, and no harm, no foul.
Yeah. Or he goes in and then he goes in again. You know, it's like there's so many different ways you can use it as a nice little trade up in the top side. Keen taking a little bit more damage than perhaps he expected. That's the third Dirk available in Sword's inventory. And yeah, Alistair didn't even have to blow his own ult. He's like, no, you know, I got Fate's Call behind me, so
yeah,
no real reason to use that. I'll just save that for the next fight if it does come down, as now they're just barreling down mid lane.
Yeah, they haven't even taken the top inhibitor yet, but still not seeming too worried about it because they know if they get through this mid inhibitor turret, they should be able to move up towards topside relatively easily as Trouble Bubble will land, but Unbreakable Will is going to be available as there's the heroic entrance. The dive on top of Viper and he's dead. There is nothing that he can do about it. Tarzan is so squishy as well as Mystic does get the martial pose in, but Yukao cannot find any of the Afrika members. Trouble Bubble also searching for something as Sword, thinking about throwing his life away into All-In, but not going to, decides against it in the end as this inhibitor turret is at least still standing for Griffin.
Yeah, but feels like Yukal is really the only one in this lineup who is actually trying to flex or do anything much at this point in time. Obviously, it's incredibly difficult when they're very far behind, and Zoe is one of those champions who can do it, but he just looked angry as he flashed in there trying to get that extra bit of damage, also igniting Mystic, I believe, on the backside of that combo. So we have minions here that I think are going to take out this turret. That's a little bit awkward. Going to take it out
really
with
awkward.
Nobody around. Just take it away there from Griffin.
Feeling like a 6v5. Minions have certainly been pulling their weight here for Afrika by the looks of things. But that is slightly awkward. Void Staff done here for Keen. Still 100% kill contribution for him. We've got full bounties on the Galio and the Kalista. And Afrika's still cruising here in this game. Infernal Soul going to be locked down. I think it's going to be the textbook play here out of Afrika, making sure that they are dotting their T's and crossing their I's, as it were.
Atlas, why do we have double Morellonomicon in the mid lane?
What?
Double Morellonomicon. Galio and Zoe, they both have one.
It's just a great item.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's really good item.
Oh, okay.
Right. Once again, we have discovered that it's not LS that's with us here today. That was yet another test. Yeah, no, it does basically nothing. Triumphant Roar out of Jelly. There we go, Yukal. That's why he's picked that one up. Also, if Tarzan tries to burrow away from stuff while Rek'Sai is underground, she will not have as much of that regen for a few seconds. Okay? There we go.
The lifesteal out of Mystic, perhaps?
Yukal's counterfeit heal that he's picked up. Am I right?
All right. Yeah, maybe the one Ocean Drake.
Yeah, there we go. As now Jelly has been caught out of position. Mystic needs to run over here. There's the heroic entrance. Somehow the cow still lives, and he's going to live for long enough for the rest of the team to turn up. Really good counter engage there coming in from Spirit. And both of the tanky boys are dead on the side of Griffin. That will mean that at least Infernal Soul will be going over to Afrika, because Tarzan and Irove are all Griffin has for any semblance of a front line.
Yep, no smite, and they're going up against a Mystic with full build here at 34 minutes. This is kind of a questionable teleport.
It's an odd one. It's buying space because now, of course, he does have the Infernal Soul. Does get himself in there, but 1,000 gold going over to the Zoe is exactly what Afrika does not want at this point in time. They're going to get at least under that 10,000 gold gap threshold. But as you can see, Mystic still, he's got 6 items now. He is a very, very happy Callista, as Jelly was just caught trying to get into a flanking position, but it seemed to not really matter as the weight of the wallets bore down upon Griffin.
Some pretty heavy wallets right now. It's about 10,000 gold, I think the lead was at this point, and it's not only that, it's the double Infernal Drake, which is also adding to their damage. And even though it looked a little bit inty from the side of Jelly, he was still able to survive for an incredibly long time because he is the Alistar. That's why Alistar can take some pretty ridiculous angles to get in there, because even if he gets caught out, it's like, well, you know, he can Unbreakable Will, he'll have Fate's Call eventually, and even if he does die, like, he will pull off his job anyway. He'll have so many people attacking him that they'll all group up for our team fight, our Wombo combo. So it's exactly what happened there. Mystic had all the room in the world. Was able to hang on to his GA and his full build with the Phantom Dancer even, just for a little bit of extra survivability. And now the Baron is available with the Infernal Drake up here, as they're looking at Sword now.
Yep, they're going to get the Pulverize. There's the Equalizer. Sword is just straight up dead. He had no right to be there. The rest of his team nowhere near that position. And we're getting a look as to why he didn't spend very much time on Griffin over the last few weeks. Certainly does feel like as soon as you take away his on, he turns back into that liability that we unfortunately have come to know on the Griffin side. 8,000 gold is the lead here. Now a man advantage, and Mystic is looking to just solo the Baron.
Yeah. And he can easily. Like, it's not even going to get close.
Is ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that. He's just like, yeah.
Come on, Baron, you can get through this.
It feels
shield,
like
buddy.
Feels like he's gaining more health than he's losing.
He's actually off making a coffee right now. He's not actually at his computer. Oh, there he came back. That was a really. They must have like one of the water machines that has like permanent boiling water, you know, and makes his instant coffee.
Yeah.
Because he spent the beginning of that Baron definitely just brewing something.
Yeah,
as they are able to take that down.
Maybe taking a fistful of Doritos and a big gulp of his Mountain Dew.
Oh, perfect.
During this game, because
is he preparing for a new? Yeah, is he preparing for a new WoW expansion or something like that? I don't think Shadowlands is out yet.
No, we still got a while until that comes out.
Yeah, still got to get another.
For Zul'Gurub in Classic. That's coming out soon.
That's right, because that's going to be next week, right? Okay, yeah. Phase 4 grind on the way. As definitely considering the next game rather than this one, because to be honest, guys, the reason why we're talking about silly stuff is because this game is over. It's been over for a while. As our Sword, I don't know whether you're allowed to take that Raptor camp. I think that belongs to Afrika.
He did that on Vision too, and you could see Jelly's like, wait, what? That's our Raptor camp. It's not allowed.
Yep, Yukal, not even wanting to go for a paddle star. That just shows how far ahead of Afrika are as Spirit. Not going to find Yukal, wanted to get that Cataclysm working. Would, of course, have the Galio in his back pocket, as that's a level 18 Galio, and does have a very, very large range on his heroic entrance. As they make a beeline towards this top side, Spirit, wanted to get that Cataclysm on the Sword, not going to be able to, as there's an Equalizer, just thrown into the mid lane. Viper might just die, as there's Righteous Glory out from Jelly. He's looking menacing on this cow, even though he does have the Moo Cow Alistar skin, which is absolutely adorable. Not exactly the most menacing, but having 0 inhibitors, you can feel the menace here if you are a Griffin fan, as there are so many siege minions now moving towards Nexus turrets, and with this Baron empowerment, they are going to make short work of it, as Mystic now diving on in alongside Spirit. There's a heroic entrance as Sword trying to be a frontline, but that is not his job in this composition. Double Pulverize once again as the Equalizer's back off cooldown somehow, and now Keen's just going to light them up. I'm not sure whether he still has full kill participation, but that will definitely be a very, very large number by the end of this game, as they are heading towards 20 kills. He picks up the last one for himself. They're looking to take down Tarzan, and they do. That is going to be the ace and the game for Afrika Freaks.
Oh man, just that last team fight just really shows you what that composition is capable of, especially when you're so far ahead. They bait out the Varus pick with the Kalista, and then they go full beefy Engage Boys. That was the name of their composition.
The beefy Engage Boys?
Yeah, beefy
Emphasis
Engage
on the
Boys.
beef because it was all about Jelly being an amazing Alistar player?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I pre-voted
phenomenal.
for him, dude. I voted before the game was done. I was like, no, doesn't matter what's happening from here on out. He is the player of the game.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Absolutely phenomenal. Alistar play, and that's exactly what he had to do, right? Like, what I love is when a player has a highlight performance, but it's not only just being mechanically good, it's also taking fights and making calls in the right time in the context of the composition that they have. And that's exactly what Jelly did. He understood that they have to hard engage as quickly as possible so that none of the poke does come in. And he did that every single time. It was very, very good.
And the Varus in that game, you know, I was talking about how it was supposed to be a counterpick for Kalista, but then got counterpicked by the composition. It pretty much did nothing, and he was also going auto-attack build, like the on-hit Varus build with lethal tempo. He wasn't actually, like, building lethality items and trying to poke from afar, so from the beginning, after this, it's like, well, I'm a Varus and I can't get near the enemy, so I guess I'm not really going to do much damage at all. So just like that, they were able to neutralize one pick. You can see what happens here. He gets hit by 1 CC and he just has to flash away, and that's it.
And then look at that. The Taxi Galio just absolutely destroys him.
Yeah.
All in going very, very fast, thanks to the change of the teleport. Certainly was pretty strong, as he happily takes himself a trouble bubble and doesn't even worry about it. And I just love how easy this player of the game vote is, by the way. Literally every single highlight is Jelly starting a fight that Afrika win. Like, every single one of them.
He's pretty good on that champion. I feel like Afrika should play some more of these compositions. They looked pretty clean. It's hard to mess this one up.
He really did. Really, really did. And unfortunately, I mean, Yukal actually had a pretty decent game. Of course, formerly an Afrika player. Just after, for a year after he was on KT. Did have a stint on Afrika, but unable to take down his former teammates this time around. Or at least former two teammates, I think Jelly and Keen remain. Yeah. And I guess, yeah, and Spirit. Otherwise, a lot of players vacating their Afrika wares, but this was, yeah, just pretty comfortable as far as the victory was concerned. And it's yet again like the same issues with Griffin. It feels like they can play any Ornn composition really well by just conceding objectives for the entire game and then team fighting better than their opponents. But if they don't have access to that late game guarantee, they can't get anything done. As that is 30k damage done by a Rumble that I believe didn't have a kill until about 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, his lane was relatively, you know, there wasn't really much action there. There was that one play where they killed Sword, but he wasn't really part of it because it was a dive. Like, he set it up, of course, to get Sword low and make the kill happen. But other than that, he was just avoided the entire time by Griffin. And then every single team fight, he got the perfect equalizer just because of the setup from his teammates. So really nice to see that composition working the way it should.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see who does pick up that player of the game.
Yep, it should be Jelly, guys. I'm hoping it's 9 out of 9, but we do have a small break, and we'll see you back for game number 2.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. Look at me now. Hey, TFT 모바일. 도동 동작. 또로로로. 갤럭시 푸동 동작 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동 동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 이 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 새끼 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동 동작 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동 동작 라이어가 멋이 푸동 동작 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동 동작 하다 현타 푸동 동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동 동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 푸동 동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동 동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Counterfeit LS, as we move into a game number 2 between Afrika and Griffin.
Yep, here is me, Counterfeit LS. And yeah, game number 1 was I don't know, like after the early to mid game when Afrika made it clear that they were going to absolutely dunk on Griffin that game, we went into this kind of extended lull state. There were a lot of great engages, though, from the side of Afrika. The fact was, though, that they were so far ahead that it was just like a foregone conclusion that we already knew what was going to happen. So we did make it to the end of that game number 1. The question is Griffin just going to flop over and, you know, not do much here in game 2? Or can they go up against the might, which is Jelly, as he does pick up the player of the game here for his amazing Alistair in game 1.
It was extraordinary. Really, really good stuff. Only his second player of the game so far this year, but certainly a very well-deserved one, as every single play was started off by Jelly. Certainly keen with his 100% kill contribution, showing that Afrika understood exactly how their composition is supposed to play out. Everything just worked. Really, really good stuff. As these equalizers, like you were talking about, Griffin just taking a walk down a red carpet they definitely did not want to be at. And just everything working out here for Afrika. I don't know whether they'll be allowed to get a similar composition in game number 2. However, I feel like they have found the trump card to Griffin, which is ban Ornn.
Make Sword play something that's not Ornn. It was definitely a little bit sad. He got bullied in the early game as well. It's hard for him going up against Keen. I mean, Keen is obviously just a much better player at this point in time. And he was able to flex those muscles as 9 out of 9 did vote for Jelly. Thankfully, nobody was a sinner this time around and vote for someone else like a Rumble. That would not have been correct.
Although, slightly understandable. 100% kill contribution as a top laner is pretty damn good. But I wholeheartedly agree that the cow deserved absolutely 100% this player of the game. And thankfully, everyone agrees. 9 out of 9. Nice stuff. So now we have to go into game number 2 and see whether Afrika can do it all again. Because something that Afrika has always been synonymous with is inconsistency. It's just a way of the organization. Of course, they do have players absolutely everywhere. I mean, it feels like every team has like a former Afrika Freaks player or 3, you know? KT, for example, Kuro aiming in Tucson. Griffin have Yukal, of course. I mean, even the LCK broadcast has Lyra, who was formerly on the Afrika Freaks as their jungler years ago. So they've spread their players far and wide.
They're great at finding talent.
Indeed. And in fact,
different areas.
I'm pretty sure JD, which is, I believe, where Kuro was last year, kind of wished that he'd come back. I don't think that they've been having as much success without good old Kuro there, but we'll see whether Kuro is going to be able to perform tomorrow, as UNLS will have that telecom war between KT and T1 as our second match of that day. First one being Darm1 versus Dragon X. It's going to be like the most Pog day that you have ever seen in your lives. Going to be absolutely fantastic stuff, but I digress. I get ahead of myself as we are moving into a game number 2 between Griffin and Afrika. And remember, this is basically Griffin's life on the line. They need to win this series, otherwise it's looking almost doomed for them to be in that promotion tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of already just buy that ticket, essentially, if they do lose this game. And they will have to turn it around in a big way. They will be on blue side, so perhaps they can pick ban a little bit differently from what they did the last time, perhaps not getting baited into picking the Varus. I feel like it was Afrika's cool draft that really just caught them by surprise. And once the early game started to tip into Afrika's favor, Griffin did just look totally lost. So perhaps this time they can kind of regroup, gather themselves, go for a little bit different of a draft, perhaps even get Ornn, and see where it does go from there. Obviously favoring Afrika going into game number 2, but it is not over yet.
No, it is not. Not until the fat lady sings. But here we are. She might start warming up her vocal cords here during this draft phase, because this is largely where we're going to figure out whether Griffin have their trump card or not. No subs, interestingly enough. I was expecting Hoya to come in potentially, or Tara, of course, who feels a lot more stable than Sword at the moment. The Azir going to be the first ban on the red side as the Elise continues to be taken away from Spirit. Now Griffin wondering what to do next. Afrika not going to have as much ban flexibility on the red side, so maybe the Ornn ban doesn't come in, or maybe they just force it right here and then try to get themselves some more comfort picks. As you can see, the Silas ban means that Griffin just want to first pick Ornn. And so Afrika should just ban it.
Yep, just ban it. If they don't ban it, I would be extremely surprised.
Yeah.
And
but
I don't want them to be all shocked Pikachu when they lose to Ornn too. Like, this is, it's really straightforward and obvious, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Of course, they are going to have to leave open, some big-time 80 carries if they do ban the Ornn, but I think it's worth it, to be honest.
I mean, now Afrika get to guarantee trade between Senna or Kalista, so you can imagine, and the Varus, of course, if they'd like to go down that path. So I think Griffin banning Ornn here is without any downside. And they're going to ban Taric, so I have absolutely no idea what they're thinking. This is pretty ridiculous. Will mean that Set is available as well. This is likely to go to Irove. And are Afrika just going to lock in the Ornn themselves? Because I'd love it if they did. In fact, Ornn Kalista, just do it. It sounds like a great pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. And you could imagine that with the Ornn in the composition, that's another way you can build around a hardcore engage composition if Griffin do respond with the Varus again. See what happens here. The Kalista is going to be picked up.
Yep, Trundle should come in next, I assume, but I'd love Afrika to pick away the Ornn. This feels like that's exactly what Griffin were drafting for in the beginning, but Trundle feels like he's going to be the prize that Afrika do want to lay their hands on. That would otherwise be exactly what Tarzan was going to go for, and of course Trundle soft counters the Ornn, as building tanky stats against Subjugate feels real bad. So Tarzan, I assume he's going to lock away the Ornn. We're going to put the Set in the 80 carry position, and honestly, Senna Ornn right here seems pretty good, because then you get the Senna Set lane, which actually is a good way of giving Irove even more to do, but it is going to be the Rek'Sai. And Yukal is going to take away the 80 carry slot here for Griffin. So, Kai'Sa Set once again. Griffin love this lane, and they are once again heading there, and they're not going to be picking up the Ornn. So, we thought it was a gigantic mistake. However, Griffin didn't even pick it, so never mind.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting that Griffin wouldn't prioritize it at all, given their success. I suppose they say to themselves, well, it's not because Sword had good games on Ornn. It's just because we played well as a team or something like that. So they don't prioritize it. It does go the way of Afrika. I don't know why Kai'Sa really would take that much more priority over an Ornn at this point in time. To be perfectly frank. It's not like Kai'Sa was going to get banned or something like that, Like, it's you could have saved it for the 4th or 5th pick, and as far as I know, I don't think it's that fantastic into Kalista either. So maybe it's just Viper unhappy with the Varus game, and he's like, give me Kai'Sa. I need to carry. This is how I'm going to do it. That's the only thing I can really think of, to be honest, Alice.
Yeah, I think this draft has certainly been a little bit wonky. From Griffin's side. Afrika sort of got handed 3 pretty key picks, to be honest, in this particular matchup. So they're going to be feeling very good about it. Likely that All In is going to be playing the Ornn, but Jelly could also play it. I wouldn't mind Ornn Kalista, bottom side of the map. Gives Ornn a whole lot of things to do, but also might be a waste of talent as you are unable to get to the level range to get your ornaments out. So likely to be heading into a solo lane. As are the Zoe and the LeBlanc both banned away. The Azir was already taken off the board, so the 3 key picks in the mid lane not going to be there. As Griffin look towards their final ban here. See what it is going to be. Likely aiming towards Keen. That is continuing to be where they're considering, which means that they are onto us, understanding that All In will most likely be piloting this Ornn.
Yeah, and it is kind of interesting considering that both of those picks are pretty good into the set, so maybe we will be seeing Sword hop onto that pick and it will not be put over to Irove. But from what I can remember, Irove was one of our main support set players.
is the set level 1 flasher every single time.
Yeah.
We do have top lane Callista, most likely, as there is Senna locked in here for Mystic, and this will mean that we most likely have the Ornn bottom lane as well.
Could also be support Senna.
That is true. That is true.
Alongside the Callista.
Doesn't
Yeah,
synergize
especially
as
if
well
they-
with Fate's Call, though.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird. And, you know, the Callista is going to be pretty good into the set, you'd have to imagine.
Well, it looks like we are considering putting the set towards the top side of the map, or a Nautilus in the mid lane. We're very flexible on Griffin's side.
Extremely.
Very, very flexible. Jelly, just do it. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. This will be a really fun draft if Afrika lock this in. And this will just mean that everyone on Afrika just locked in their own champions.
Yeah.
Which would be hilarious.
Or
or
not.
we could have all sorts of weird
no
stuff.
fun.
They are just going to lock in all their own champions. No worries. So that is going to be Ornn in the mid lane. We've got Callista top and the Trundle in the jungle with the old Senna Taumkench towards the bottom lane. A combination that we've seen very, very often as Griffin are swapping around their champions between Sword and UCAL. And we'll see what they decide to stop on at 20 seconds in this game. Certainly a lot of different ways they can move things around. In fact, Rumble, Nautilus, and Set can all go mid, top, or support. So actually, they could just all be anywhere. And now that we tick towards 20 seconds, we do get that last-minute swap of UCAL on the Set and Sword on the Rumble on the top side. Theoretically, like in my mind, I'd say that Sword is probably more of the Rumble player. I haven't really enjoyed much of what Sword's been able to do on the Set so far.
Yeah.
So this does make the most sense as well in my mind.
Would have to agree. And maybe after game 1, he's like, man, that Rumble champion is really OP. I want to play it too.
Hey, it's the donkey video back again. Yeah, well, you know, Rumble is the best right now.
Yeah. Well, he certainly looked good in game number 1. We'll give him that. But
yeah.
Just looking at the draft, I think you and I can kind of settle on the fact that Afrika got a pretty nice draft across the board. Looking pretty nice here, Atlas.
Absolutely. This is going to be the first game for Sword on Rumble so far this season. Untara, though, is 100% win rate so far on the champion. So surprising that we didn't see any substitutions, but we'll see what Griffin have up their sleeve as we move into game number 2 right here. It is, you know, a front-to-back composition here for Griffin that do have a lot more teamfight modes. Tarzan can get around the jungle very effectively, but I love what Afrika have put together with this particular comp, having the double 80 carriers. Now, Keen is going to wander into the enemy team, and Irove is going to just botch that, to be perfectly honest. Not going to be able to find anything, even after trading flashes there with Keen. But Keen able to get himself out of the way and not going to get hit by the concussive blows.
Yeah, smart by Keen to flash right away, knowing that the Nautilus would have just locked him down. And yeah, the hook going wide was a bit unfortunate for sure. If you get the flash down and the kill down onto the Callista, that's one way to get ahead and help Sword in that lane. But we'll see if Tarzan can put some pressure up there. It does mean that Keen is not going to be as aggressive as he would like to be originally, just because he's almost forced to play safe unless he gets himself in a risky position.
Yep. And Keen now just keeping his eye out here in the jungle. Has taken himself the Hail of Blades for those trading powers up against Sword. But if he's hit by harpoons, he's still going to take a lot of damage from the Rumble. So we'll see whether Keen can hop mad and get himself out of the way, because now with his flash down, he does find himself a little bit vulnerable. As the Set versus Ornn matchup was never Set favored, by the way, guys. In theory, if you play well on the Ornn, as our friend LS has said many times. Am I right, LS?
Yes. It's me, LS, aka Lucky Snack. And I would say, yes, absolutely, the Ornn wins every single matchup in the game right now. So,
what would you define his,
wrong.
what's his role, Ornn?
Well, I don't have the list right in front of me. Of course, it is a very extended and lengthy list. But generally, my co-caster Valdez, Brendan Bronze 5 Valdez, he likes to describe him as a tank bruiser mage assassin. And yeah, that's essentially what he is.
Wasn't it like tank bruiser mage assassin warlock priest monk
again,
death knight?
Remember I said there's an extended list, but
okay, you're not going for the extended list
in front of me right now because.
Whoa, Dredgeline going to come in. Tarzan finds the knock up here onto Jelly, who eats his gray health. He should be all right. Piercing Darkness comes down to keep him alive. Irov going to tank up a few extra turret shots that he would like to. And Tarzan is going to be able to pick up a few summoner spells, 3 in fact, in trade for his flash alongside Irov's Ignite. So definitely a trade that worked out well for Griffin on the bottom side and will even out the summoner spells very nicely here as we move further forward in this lane.
Yeah, nice little aggressive gank there at level 3 from Tarzan. Just clearing out the majority of his jungle except the Raptors as, yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate.
That's a very impatient
that down. Yeah. He's going to be able to take that down eventually as you see Spirit is not getting anywhere near his blue buff right now after his bot lane did have to go back. Top lane going about as we expected. The Kalista, of course, is going to have priority there. And with Tarzan not around, that's when you know he'll be able to get aggressive.
Face Breaker comes in, all in, searing charges to get himself out of the way. Yukal runs on over. Haymaker not going to get any kill threat onto All In, who just continues walking up topside. Flash from All In into the Baron pit. But he's not out of the woods just yet. Keen comes on over, doesn't have Fate's Call or anything like that, nor is he paired with the Ornn, but Ornn's just going to go for a merry jaunt towards the top side, and he is going to live.
Yeah, I was surprised he actually got out of that. I thought maybe the tunnel would get out in time, but he actually could have just flashed away instead of into the Baron pit. That almost killed him, which is kind of why I was laughing at the end of the day there. But he gets away with his life, and of course, results-based analysis is what would tilt LS the most. So, great play there from All In, of course, to
Phenomenal
get away
work.
from that one. Yeah,
just demonstrating the power of the champion right there. I think that was part of his rogue class, you know, being all stealthy and whatnot.
And mage. I mean, he blinked away, right? So
that's true.
It's part of the reason.
You can see Mystic and Jelly demonstrating how frustrating the Tahm center lane is. Pretty difficult to get an engagement on them, even if you are a Nautilus who has a bevy of CC options. Tarzan moving towards the top side. Keen going to move on out, but that's the flash from Sword. They know that Keen doesn't have his available, and the harpoon's landed. That is going to mean that Sword grabs the first blood against Keen. And that flash just came off cooldown right about now.
Yeah. Great timing, to be honest. They have the exact timing, of course, on the flash, all these pro players. So they say, let's try to visit the top lane sometime before then, and they find a window there to pull it off. And I guess Keen, with it coming up soon, he was like, well, I'll probably be fine until then. But little did he know he was being collapsed on, as now Spirit is trying to get this dragon down. And the movement out of the bottom lane is actually going to tip them off onto this, as the smite was really close, to be honest.
Yep, Piercing Darkness comes in. Dredgeline actually avoided there by a great devour from Jelly, but that might mean the end of his life, and it does. So Afrika do manage to pick up the Drake, but another kill goes to Griffin.
Yeah, that it does. Not the cleanest early game here from Afrika, and Griffin are coming at them real fast. As I mentioned, they were able to kind of regroup and decide, you know, how are we going to take out this Afrika team? And they're looking much better. Tarzan very active on the map. He was able to pick up that gank, go right down to the bottom side, and be able to scout out that Drake and pick up the extra kill. So nice little plays from them. It is going to be the Infernal Drake going over to Afrika, but not the hugest steal at this point in time. As we'll take a look at the replay here, just flashed on by Sword. Flash difference on the top side. If the harpoon misses, maybe he gets out alive. But even then, close.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really like the devour there from Jelly, but Yukal flashing on over to try and get himself in there, and didn't even use the showstopper or anything like that. So a lot invested to grab that second kill here for Griffin, but the objective had already gone down. So not end of the world yet for Afrika, but if this snowball continues, could certainly be dangerous times. I have a feeling that actually, despite First Blood, Keen is probably still ahead in gold in comparison to Sword, who has been shut out from this lane basically entirely. But he does have a Seeker's Arm Guard, so it's going to get better as long as he can stack it by killing minions. You need to be able to do that in order for that to happen. As Jelly's just farming out this bottom lane, is 9 CS behind Viper, which is going to be the comparison that we're going to have in this game. But Viper now with this minion wave to eat up, he is going to be able to extend his lead just a little bit.
Yeah, as the rotation is going to come in here from the side of Afrika, they have bought into this playbook, the one that LS so deeply hates. The rotation up. Because, of course, the AD carry in the bottom side gets a bunch of that free solo XP with no pressure at all. He's going to TP now, though, as they're coming in here to try to fight.
Oh, the pillar just says no, as there's the equalizer. It has to be walked on here by all of Afrika. Fate's Call comes out the center, already removed from this fight, as that's a great ulti out of the Ornn. The face straight breaker onto 4, though, as Keen is going to bite the dust. All in says, I am done with this team fight. And he is going to get out, but the rest of his team not going to be so lucky.
Well, if you're going to group up like that for the equalizer and the facebreaker, you are not going to have a good time, as UCal's able to go in there and show the power of the set. And not only that, this equalizer was actually fantastic from Sword. Just look at how he angles it. It hits multiple members, but it also funnels them into the center because you can't run up and avoid it. So you have to run down straight into your allies who are able to just get in here, group them all up.
That facebreaker, man, that was very cathartic.
Really got to hand it to Sword and UCal for making that engage happen. The two of them putting 2 and 2 together, or I suppose in this case 1 and 1 together. I mean,
that facebreaker was definitely putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah,
that's precisely what that was.
Putting
so really good stuff.
4 faces in the center there.
As once again, Keen finds himself without his flash. This Afrika composition is not too phased by early advantages for the opponent. Of course, this is more of a scaling type comp. But if they let this game fall further out of their hands, it's not like Griffin don't have modes as this game continues. Viper is going to be that hyper carry that they're looking for, and UCal is going to hold on to relevance for a long time in this game. Yes, Tarzan and Sword are theoretically going to fall off as this game goes on, but I mean, Sword will be like an anti-heal bot, which will be fantastic actually against the composition that Afrika has for themselves, against Tahm Kench, Mystic, getting all of those heals over with the Piercing Darkness. And basically everything, to be perfectly honest. As there's the equalizer just to get rid of this minion wave. Keen will be able to lock down that turret plate, as Spirit does have Shelly available as well. And it's looking like he wants to give this to Keen's lane here on the top side, as Sword desperate to stick around, but he doesn't have a second charge of this equalizer. So I think he is going to have to move away. As speaking of moving away, Jelly and Mystic also no right to be here on the bottom side, as UCal had moved on in. Sword going to vacate the area. And Shelly should allow them to get that first turret blood. But you can see Griffin on the bottom side of the map will be able to do the same thing. No knock up there for All In. And Cloud Drake going to be taken here by Griffin. You could imagine that Afrika are probably okay with it, as Shelly's going to get a second charge. And potentially, Afrika might be able to lock down this turret as well. And that would actually definitely even out the trade as far as giving away that bot lane tempo is concerned. So there's that eco turret to be taken, and Afrika well and truly back in at only 1,000 gold behind, as it's going to be an Ocean Soul this game.
Yeah, if it were a different Drake there, like literally anything else that wasn't Cloud, perhaps it would have been a little bit better for Griffin. But Afrika, with that play, they're actually able to catch up pretty nicely on the gold. You can see they're about 2,000 behind. Now they're less than 1,000 with that play, just picking up the 2 Drakes, but they are going to be collapsed upon here.
Yep, there's the knock-up onto Spirit. Keen will be able to jump over the wall, but they immediately get rid of Tarzan, and the Fate's Call is going to be utilized. Sword having to get out of there. And you could see that Spirit, he wanted nothing to do with this. Keen has a long way that he can run. There's no turret here to be worried about. As Keen walks down that red carpet, Sword realizes that he can't chase. Maybe an overly ambitious ultimate, and now the gold is in Afrika's favor.
And yeah, just like that, it's turned right on its head. Honestly, I need to rewatch that burst onto Tarzan because
that was a big pop.
The Rek'Sai, you know, going Warrior Enchant, I don't think he had the Ruby Crystal at this point. He just disappeared. Like, look at this damage. What?
Oh my god.
Like, what?
That was like Ren Chomp dead. That was like Pierce
insane.
Ren Chomp dead. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, you know, obviously a bunch of sticks. I wouldn't even call it a lot. It was like 3?
Yeah, few
maybe
sticks.
4? It's not even a bundle at that point. And yeah, I mean, Spirit, he's gonna chomp, but he has Cinderhulk. Like, it's not like, you know, it's not like he's got big damage, right? And literally nobody was able to help him. I mean, Sword was there. He wasn't able to finish off the kill. Of course, you know, in the jungle like that, you're not really gonna get a efficient equalizer, so he was holding on to that one, I think, smartly for that point in time.
And also,
just like that, it's turned around.
Yeah, now you've got Keen, who has his Blade of the Ruined King completed. He's even decided to go for the Ninja Tabi, fearing Tarzan more than Sword. I was actually, like, you don't necessarily build the Merc Treads against Rumble just because he doesn't have hard CC, so you're not looking for tenacity. In fact, some of the best boots that you can buy against Rumble are the Swiftness boots to negate slow potential out of the Harpoons especially. But he's decided to go Ninja Tabi so he can stop the Hail of Blades Rek'Sai from wrecking his day, and is instead probably going to build towards something like a Maw of Malmortius in this game to get that Lifeline passive as well as that Hexdrinker effect. So I actually really like what Keen's decided to do here, just with the lack of value that you'll get out of Tenacity in this particular matchup. Not to mention just the lack of power of it against this composition in general, because Iroh, he has 1 stun, otherwise it's all knockups. Same can be said for Yukal. It's all displacement, knock-up type abilities. Tarzan's the same case, and Sword's just slows. So I really do like what Keen's decided to do here with that boots choice.
Mm-hmm. And the Ocean Soul is going to be quite good for both of these sides. I think both of them, it feels like pretty much any composition would prefer Ocean Soul over anything else on this. You know, other than some edge cases, just because Ocean Soul is so overtuned right now.
Yeah.
And with Afrika now somehow picking up the lead, they're not exactly in the lead on the gold graph just yet, but it feels that way with just how strong Keen looks on that pick. So we'll see if they can win a fight here around the dragon. You know, there still is a chance for Griffin to come back in this one if we have another team fight like we had at the beginning of the game that got them ahead. So
yeah,
they will absolutely be looking for that one here in this upcoming 1 minute away team fight.
I find it really interesting that All In's decided to pick up a Glacial Shroud. I really hope that doesn't turn into an Iceborne Gauntlet, because it's not what you want against this combo. I think that the Abyssal Mask is just so much more valuable, especially because of how it upgrades. It does give you way more stats that you want, as LS will tell you many, many times. Isn't that right, LS? Have I got my analysis right? Nailed
yes,
it?
you are correct.
All right, good
this
stuff.
Is
good
LS
stuff.
here. And you are correct.
Nice.
I would always agree with my fellow playback. Oh, wait. I mean my fellow co-caster.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you. Good save, good save.
Mm-hmm.
As congratulations to the Korean LCK broadcast. They made it onto Korean TV.
They're
apparently,
famous.
which is super cool. That's exciting stuff. Not sure why I'm talking about it right now, but we are in a little bit of a lull state, as 500 gold is the lead here for Griffin.
Griffin sent their jungler top instead of fighting over the ocean tree. That's interesting.
That is a decision that can be made.
That is just so bizarre.
It's very perplexing, isn't it, LS? Would you say that it's
so peculiar? I don't even know what to say about it, because they're going to, they'll get this tier 1 turret that they were going to get anyway. And Ornn could have froze that wave, by the way, but he's not going to, because we love ping pong.
Damn, you're good at this.
And they just wasted their time up there, to be honest. I mean, it's really not gaining them much at all. And they just give away that Ocean Drake. Yes, I know the individual Ocean Drakes aren't that amazing, but it's just one step closer to the soul that you're essentially just giving away. So, definitely
and also, like,
an interesting choice.
Yeah, and I actually think Ocean Soul is really valuable against this Griffin comp as well that wants to dive on you. And I guess they do have a fair bit of burst option, especially as far as Viper is concerned, but after that initial salvo and when the equalizer does go down, they don't have as much available to them. And Mystic will be able to provide a lot of value. As you can see, Sword building as fast as he can towards Morellonomicon. Certainly going to have a heightened sense of value here in this particular game. Most definitely. I very much like the choice this time around. Didn't like it so much in game number 1, but that's okay. We still build them, and we get some health from it, you know, all that sort of stuff. Slot efficiency is, you know, something. You like that stat? You like slot efficiency? You're a fan?
Yeah, it's my favorite stat.
It does allow you to pick up more control wards, which you can imagine analysts enjoy.
Yes.
All about that macro game.
You would be able to hold anyway.
Hey,
even if you didn't complete the Morellonomicon. Yeah, just waiting here, playing a little bit of ping pong. Of course, we have entered a little bit of a lull state at this point, and what a better chance than to go after Sword.
That's an equalizer. Tarzan looks for the knockup, doesn't quite get it, as there's the Dawning Shadow. Tarzan goes into his ultimate. Should be a trade back of the kill, as there's the ulti out of the Ornn from downtown, in fact, is now Mystic looking to try and keep himself alive. Iroh does the same thing, as there's the killer instinct. Jelly going to devour Mystic to keep him alive, and in the end, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, top for jungle.
Yeah, the Griffin are able to stabilize as a team here in the mid lane. There's really no wave clear at all for Griffin, so they're just going to actually move in and try to dive here.
Yeah, Facebreaker onto Jelly. He's going to eat the Grey Health, but rather early. He's still just wandering out of this one as Spirit looking to try and collapse in. Teleport comes down as Keen has just respawned. He's looking to try and collapse. And remember, Fate's Call is still... No, it's not available just yet. There's a good pillar. That's going to get the flash out from Iroh, who buffers the dredge line very nicely. And that's going to get him to safety. But now Afrika find themselves in a pushing position. The health bar's not quite low enough for them to go for anything. And I tell you what, Yukal's pretty damn good at this set. He is certainly putting his team on his back right now.
Yep, that's one way to do it, you know. Just get the player who's actually performing to get on that carry champion that can make all the difference. Keen here walks on a ward and then realizes, wait, there's an extra guy. They thought it was a 2-on-1, but they had a lack of vision, which leads to his death. Dawning Shadows nearly saves him there, as Spirit wanted to steal that kill away from the Ornn. And you know, this could have been a lot worse for Afrika. They could have lost Mystic. They absolutely could have dogged down Jelly, which they did eventually do, by the way, here in the mid lane. And still, Griffin, even though it was a 1-for-1 in the trade for champion kills, they were able to get an extra one on the backside, plus a little bit of extra damage here. Everybody does get out alive with no real harm. Foul, Iroh, nice job on the buffering. And even if one team had gotten pretty far ahead of the other one, there was still no Ocean Drake to take. There was the Baron, but it was... Actually, no, I don't even know if there was the Baron. It may have just been spawning at that time, as it is just over 21 minutes now.
Not a lot to fight for, you're exactly right. As Sword did have a decent ultimate to start off that fight as well. Credit where credit's due, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's sitting on 2-0 and 5 right now. Very, very strong scoreline here for the Rumble. Kill participation for Rumble seems to be the aim of the game here as far as our blue side teams tonight.
He looks great on the Rumble. Really got to hand it to him. You know, we were calling him kind of that Ornn one trick, but he's looked much better here on the Rumble compared to the Jace from game 1.
The Untara cosplay is working out very, very well thus far. Of course, Untara historically was known for his Ornn and Rumble play, as he's currently sitting on 100% on the Rumble thus far. Is now Griffin looking for this re-engage. All-in does have ultimate. You can see he's holding onto it for the moment. In fact, all ults are available across the board. As Yukal, perfect flanking position as he does pick up Mystic. Devour is fantastic though, and the exhaust is going to keep everyone alive. Horn comes in, big knockup, but only onto Sword. As the Drake is taken, Irove has no stopwatch. Fate's call now for the re-engage, but unable to find Tarzan. Despite that being a decent pillar of filth, and Yukal finds himself on the wrong side of history right there as his former team takes him down. And now Afrika move towards the outer turret, or maybe just the Baron.
Yeah, the equalizer that time around was is not very effective. We got a bunch of water-type Pokemon over here, and the fire did really not that much. And the Devour was perfect. Afrika, you know, I was a little bit worried for them because they were all really tightly grouped up against, you know, set Rumble, which is generally not a good idea. But that amount of compactness that they had in their formation just allowed them to react perfectly to the engage. It's like they knew Yukal was coming, and immediately Mystic, you know, he gets ulted, but the immediate Devour, as you can see, the equalizer is just really not doing much at all. It takes a little bit onto all in, and nobody's able to do enough damage onto Spirit in the front. He's very tanky with the subjugate, just able to sit there and eat up so much damage. Also wins the Smite War on the Ocean Drake, putting them at Ocean Soul Point. And just a great, it was just a much better, what do you call it? They played the team fight so much better than Griffin
the execution.
did. Yeah, the execution, that's the word I was looking for. Was just so much cleaner from the side of Afrika. They looked like the better team, and they absolutely did deserve to win that team fight. So they find themselves in a very nice spot now in this game.
Yeah, we'll see whether they use that to pressure this Baron. You can see up towards this area. 24 minutes into the game certainly is a difficult time to go for a Baron, as Yukal down to half health. Keen doing some decent damage right there, as remember this is a squad with 280 carries, one of them being more of a support, and is currently building towards his second lethality item. Most likely that Duskblade will be coming in relatively soon, unless he decides to opt in on the Edge of Night instead. Mystic chunked there by the Void Seeker. As you can see, Viper building towards the AP. And about half the health bar of Mystic, as this center is very squishy.
Thankfully, we can see the W's this time. Even more important now that he's stacking that AP. And,
absolutely.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I feel like Senna is like just the support for Tom Kench and Callista, the two real carries on their side, and they have such a tanky front line because it's not just Ornn. You've got the troll, I was about to call him, the Trundle. With the subjugate, you have Tom Kench, who actually has gold in the front, and then you just have Callista able to bounce around. So it's a very similar composition, but very different at the same time. They don't have hardcore engage, but they still have a whole huge front line of tanky guys with Callista, plus Senna for like a little bit of extra damage this time around. So Afrika seems like they're very practiced coming into today, which I really like a lot. It shows that they care a lot about, you know, hey, we're on a huge losing streak. Let's actually try to win this time around. And it's just been clean League of Legends so far today. So it definitely makes me feel good watching them play.
It is a feels good moment. You are absolutely right. I feel like Afrika, this might actually get them on a better trajectory to get them towards even potentially a playoffs berth if Damwon continues to fall further and further down these rankings. There is a possibility, of course, Afrika move up to 7 wins after this particular one, if they are actually able to take it, of course. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but Damwon are sitting on 8-8 right now, and that will make Afrika 7-9. And tomorrow, remember, Damwon go up against Dragon X, and that is a very dangerous matchup for them. And then Dragon X versus Afrika, so that also is going to be rough. And then having a look at where Damwon sit after that, do they have a remaining game is the question. I believe not, as this is Afrika evening things out. And so Damwon's final match will be against GRF. No, Sandbox also. So Damwon should be able to win that one. So yeah, Afrika, it's a tough ask to get them towards playoffs, but it is certainly not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, so we do have this Ocean Drake fight about to start up as the TP is going to the mid lane. I suppose they didn't have, well, they had some vision, but I guess he really just wanted to group up with his team. Keen playing it very safely here. And keep in mind that Griffin still have hard engage plus Viper, who is 2-0-4 and quite fed. So even though the game looks good for Afrika right now, it ain't over until they get the Ocean Soul.
Well, we'll see whether they can get it soon, as it is, of course, alive. Irove down to about half health as Tarzan, maybe a little bit out of position. Yukar was thinking about making his way in. Keen down to about half. Does have decent lifesteal, and also has Mystic in his back pocket as well. Will be supporting his 80 carry coming from the top side. As Afrika, they do want to be able to take this one down, and Spirit, maybe a little bit hasty, is going to start it off already. Now Griffin going for the engage. It's onto All-In, though. Not exactly a priority target, as Tarzan going to be taken down very, very low. Good equalizer this time, however, as Mystic gets himself the Dawning Shadow. All-In is still alive somehow, guys.
Oh, he got it.
And now the Ocean Soul comes in, and Afrika should be able to just roll over the top of this Griffin roster. Flash has to be used to get Tarzan out of the way. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Viper uses his Killer Instinct, gets over the wall. Flash from Jelly into the death chamber, but it's still going to be the Kai'Sa falling down. And All-In teleported top lane, I think. That was strange.
Yeah,
Not sure what he was doing
like,
there.
well, he backed, I think, because he was ultra low, and then the fight was already over. So I think he just TP'd up to the top side, wanted to push for this upcoming Baron fight, and that was much closer. Well, fight with the Baron.
Yeah.
not with the not with the Griffin. But yeah, that was much closer. All-In almost died there. It was a really great Dawning Shadows from Mystic to keep him alive. Unfortunately, Viper really wasn't able to find an angle into that fight, though, to do, backline damage. He wasn't able to do that, Kai'Sa dream, which is always like the go into the backline, be super, stealthy and fast and not get hit. As you can see here, they're, Tarzan, it was a great read by him. They're like All-In. He's a little bit too far away. And Jelly doesn't want to devour All-In. I mean, that's the last thing he wants to do. So he holds on to it, and it actually ends up working out for them. Let's take a look at the Smite. Spirit just straight up able to get that one over Tarzan. Tarzan, I don't know. Was he there? It looked like maybe he was like mid-ult or something.
I don't think he was able to quite get it there, as Viper throws out the Void Seeker, and that's what it was able to pick up the kill onto Jelly immediately as he got over that wall. Yeah, I actually love the Fate's Call as well. Triple knock-up out from Spirit there, who then immediately followed up on the Rend from Keen. Obviously, the communication was certainly fantastic as we have a look at damage taken. Our junglers soaking as much damage as they possibly can in that particular team fight. And our Spirit with the King's Tribute playing into his hands very, very nicely, with Subjugate also giving him so much of his health back. Of course, Sword can keep that Morellonomicon ticking, but he needs to stay in the fight in order to do so. And right now, he's just so far behind. I know it's weird saying that about the only player on Griffin that hasn't died, but he's down 110 CS, so he is by no means in the lead. And there's an Ocean Soul, so this game's basically over.
Yeah. I said it earlier. I'm like, this game ain't over until they get the Ocean Soul. And the second they were able to, it was just like the flood of GGs probably came into the chat. As you can see now, because Afrika were able to win that fight handily, they take the Ocean Soul, they have Baron buff now. Jelly is going to expertly waddle his way down mid lane, trying to crash this at the correct timing.
Yep.
He's going to be able to take out this inner turret. But not too much time left on the Baron buff, just 50 seconds.
Might be able to get a shove into the mid lane, but we'll see what Afrika do decide to do. One siege minion is available here, as it looks like Afrika just going to wander through the enemy jungle, move towards this top side as that minion wave is building up, and look to follow that one towards the enemy base. Keen over here, but Jelly taking his time moving on in. And Spirit finds a pillar onto the majority of Griffin. Abyssal Voyage to make sure that the Tahm-Kench is in position. As there's an equalizer once again, but that is not the one you want. That is purely defensive to try and take down the minions, but he's not able to get these siege minions that are still acting as a battering ram for the next 10 seconds. Onto this inhibitor turret, another minion wave on its way, but it's going to take a little while before it's going to get here. 2 seconds on the clock, and it might just be enough here. As Afrika, Keen just wanders on in, we'll be able to take down the turret, and Griffin say, nope, no fight for us.
They say you've run out of Baron buff. We're only going to take one inhibitor of damage. We don't want to die and lose the game right now. Let's try to roll on Elder Drake. That's really their only chance right now, right? The Ocean Soul, I was kind of calling it over once Afrika got it, but if Griffin get a Elder and then somehow take a fight afterwards, you know, it's not exactly the most likely thing to happen in this game, but it absolutely will be the main focus of both teams here. So we'll have to see if Viper can somehow pull off some kind of miracle. If the Equalizer can hit some key targets in the back line, plus Viper ulting, would be quite nice if you just think about their composition on paper. But still so many tanky guys in their lineup. Now
the adaptive helm now done for All In as well. I mean, that is so high value against Kai'Sa and Rumble, who are the main damage dealers here for Griffin. In fact, they're relying on purely magic damage, honestly, in order to take down Afrika. Certainly does show that All In probably would have liked an Abyssal Mask. Still wondering about the Frozen Fist that he now has in his inventory. But can you doubt a man who is 3-0-1 on the Ornn? Has also landed some pretty fantastic ultimates so far this game.
Yeah, he's been good. All In has had a good game, which is nice to see from one of the players that doesn't really get all that much play time. You know, just having them come in and get consistent good performances is like the starting block for anyone who's, you know, not a superstar, not a faker or something like that. You got to start somewhere. You got to start slow. That's exactly what he's doing, so it is good to see.
Oh, 3 seconds.
Yep, here we go.
Spirit needs to get into position here as Keen immediately starts off this Elder Drake. Vision going to be there for Griffin, but that control ward in the back of the pit is a good one for Afrika. Mystic over to the side. You can see that Afrika, they just want to start a fight here, to be perfectly honest, as Tarzan caught by the pillar. And Afrika pull away from the Elder Drake and ask Griffin just to do that again. Because to be perfectly honest, Afrika with an Ocean Soul triple stack, they're going to get so much of their health back so incredibly quickly. Not to mention Mystic raining down heals on top of them as well. As All In just needs to stay out of this fight. Yukal's back in base. Teleport's available, but that still has to channel, remember. As they pull the Elder out of the pit. And I don't know what Griffin are going to be able to do to get in here apart from just go for a 50-50. No vision available as they took down that control ward. Still, health bars relatively low here. But remember, they can come back up very, very quickly if they're able to auto-attack their opponents. Now the Ornn comes in. We're trying to buy some space as another Equalizer is in a good position for Griffin. And Yukal does find his position in the backside. Mystic going to go golden, but the set is going to immediately die. It's a double kill for the Ornn as Tarzan has to go golden. Viper dives into the backline. Can he do the impossible? The answer's no, because he's so sleepy. The exhaust on top of him is going to seal his fate against the Afrika Freaks. And now Keen says, this one's over, boys. I'm teleporting and I'm finishing this game.
Yep, game absolutely over now. Jelly Keen and All In, going all in onto the Nexus. That will be Afrika picking up the 2-0 tonight after that play. The Equalizer was good that time, but that's what we call too little, too late. Was not able to do much, as they're even going to stick around to bully Sword a little bit more. Pick up that kill once again. Are they going to stick around for Irove? Yes, they will.
Got to pad them stats. Know what I'm saying? Not going to be able to get him
damage.
Nexus is not going to survive for long enough, so 7,000 gold to lead in the end, and Afrika get the 2-0. They are still alive when it comes to the playoffs race, and Griffin's hopes are all but naught when it comes to avoiding relegation.
Yeah, Griffin at this point, I believe they're 4-13 after this loss, and you'd have to imagine with multiple 0-2 losses that their indicator score, their game win-loss, is extremely down in the dumps at the same time. So unfortunately for them, you would have to imagine that relegation is in sight. Whereas Afrika, on the other hand, picking up that 2-0, as we talk about, every game is so important. They don't drop the ball here. There was some shaky moments in the early game in the second game against Griffin, but they're able to finally bring it home as they pick up the Ocean Soul and do bring this one to the 2-0 victory and keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm having a conversation with our producers. I'm just trying to figure out who to give the player of the game to. I think that this one's a little bit more difficult because, like, my body's telling me that Keen was the most pivotal player, but he also really struggled in lane and wasn't necessarily able to do things, and then was able to be a Callista as the game went on, but he wasn't necessarily good enough to pick it up. All In had some fantastic ultimates, but itemized incorrectly, but still was able to win the majority of the fights that Afrika did win, which was good news. So I don't know, man. I'm a little bit, I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I voted for Spirit.
All right.
I feel like I might be alone on that one, but I feel like just him being able to smite every single time and just really great, consistent frontlining on the Trundle was a big difference maker in this one. I think as a team, Afrika, as you mentioned, it's so hard to give it to just one player in this game. But
I feel like they rallied together very well towards the late game.
It was absolutely one of those games where it's like all 5 players played well together. I mean, even Jelly had a great game.
Yeah, maybe
on the
it's
top
another
bench.
one for Jelly, to be honest.
Could be.
I mean, I'd be happy. To be perfectly honest, like I don't actually mind. I'm feeling like anyone bar Mystic could pick it up here this game. I don't think Mystic necessarily had the most standout performance on his center. Otherwise, everybody else looked damn good. As All In tanking for about a bajillion years, I think is the technical amount of time. As yeah, missing a W is certainly a whoopsie. However, able to survive. 15 out of 10. I think this was definitely a phenomenal play out of Spirit, utilizing the Fate's Call that I guess was gifted over to him by Keen, but still, it was him pressing the button and aiming for where to go, so we'll give it to him. As this was Jelly being a little bit overly aggressive, so maybe it's not going to go to Jelly. But still, it's just showing that Afrika are playing together as a team, and hopefully they feel like they have found themselves a more consistent roster.
Yep, they did look just cleaner today. As I said before during the game, they just looked like they practiced so much. And that's really the key when it comes to trying to change, you know, when you're on this kind of losing streak and you're not really able to find any wins anywhere. Shout out to Tarzan and Viper, by the way. I think they both had really nice games in this one and just unfortunately weren't able to find the win.
I think UCal as well has been the
UCal
absolute
as well.
savior for this team. Like even
they tried.
Yeah, you got a 4-man facebreaker. Insane. Really impressive stuff out of UCal's. His Zoe was even okay in game number 1, but his set was fantastic in game number 2. It just sometimes you can't 1v9, and you can imagine that Keen's in the chat going, "I feel you, brother." That's been my experience over the last few weeks. So Afrika finally get a victory in round 2, and it's exactly at the time where they needed one. As you can see, this was all about Keen doing damage, and look at how much obvious work the Ocean Drake did. Because the damage numbers are very skewed away from the winning team.
Yeah, Afrika really didn't do that much damage. They only did what they had to secure Drakes and objectives, as weird as that sounds. They just did enough to win the fight, and that was it. Whereas, you know, Rumble, lots of ticking damage. Tarzan, able to do consistent, I suppose, on the Rek'Sai in those team fights. And same thing goes for Viper,
again,
of course. Lots of
that is big damage.
And there you go. The 2-0 victory to Afrika, so we will be hearing from 2 of their players of the games.
Yeah, Jelly and someone, or maybe just Jelly, as we're going to find out who picks up player of the game here right now. And man, I don't know, maybe it does go to Spirit. Maybe it does go to Jelly.
I don't know. I'm very curious to see, you know, as we said, I wouldn't be mad if it goes against Spirit or against any of these players.
I think the top 3 are super close, and I think it might come down to like a, you know, a 4 votes type thing. You know, I think this is going to be a close one.
Yeah,
as it's going to go to Keen. Okay,
Keen probably picking this one up here, even though he had a little bit of a rough early game, having to flash and then getting ganked for first blood. He still was able to follow it up with just again really consistent carry performance from the top lane, which is the glue that keeps Afrika together.
Yep. I mean, this was a lot of damage being burst down, but I don't know. I felt like he did his job, right? And he did it very well, but I don't know whether he was necessarily the be-all and end-all carry on this team. But look, he still had a good performance. And honestly, when Afrika in both games were playing so well as a team, you can't really argue against it.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really one player, again, on Afrika, whether it be Keen, Spirit, All In, Jelly, or Mystic. That was the one guy that carried it all. So do not mind this at all, that Keen does pick it up. So we will be hearing from Keen and Jelly. I'm curious to see who voted where, and I can't wait to see Jonas Strong's vote for Mystic. That's gonna
yeah, looking forward to it. No, it's going to be like you and Jonas Strong, or me and Jonas Strong is the only ones that voted for either, for like Spirit or All In.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it was a weird and wonderful game, and it was one that Griffin did actually have some moments in, right? It wasn't them rolling over and collapsing like it was in game number one. Ooh. As we do have the decider vote this time around. You were in fact the only vote for the jungle. However, we did need a tiebreaker between All In and Keen. As Jelly got no votes this game, I find that really interesting. I thought that his devours were fantastic, actually.
Yeah, he was always in the right place at the right time. It was kind of one of those underappreciated Tahm Kench games, but he was, again, the oil that made the machine go.
Yeah. I also think that, like, somehow Tahm Kench plays in the LCK are sort of like, it's bias against them because there's just been so many over the years, like the obsession. As we are going to move to the interview, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys.
얼굴 본 지가 너무 오래된 것 같아요.
Translation and long time no see. First MVP interview from the Afrika players.
일단 소감 말씀씩
How do you feel,
부탁드릴게요.
guys? Me first.
일단 2라운드 들어서 저희가 경기력이 많이 안
Coming into the
좋았었는데
second round robin, our performance
잘못하면
was
승강전도 갈
really
수
bad,
있었던
and we
상황에서
could
오늘
almost
승리해서 진짜
fell
다행인 것 같아요.
down to the relegation. And in this important point, we were able to finally get a win, so it feels really nice.
2라운드 들어서 이제
Yeah, coming into
다른
round
얘기를
2,
세우고 있었는데
we were having a new record, or rather history, but finally we got a win, so it's a big relief.
상황이었다라는 생각이 듭니다. 특히나 그 1라운드 아프리카의
Yeah, I
모습을
mean,
보셨던 많은
because
팬들은
Afrika
이런
Freaks was
정말 의아할
so
정도로
promising
있지
in
않았나라는
round
생각이
1,
드는데
so
그래서 그런지
it was very
최근에 엔트리를 계속해서
uncharacteristic
바꾸면서
playstyle
경기가
or
좀 등장을
performance
했잖아요.
coming
오늘 엔트리는
out
좀
of
어떤
Afrika.
의미로
So Afrika has been
경기에 임한
trying a
겁니까?
lot of different rosters, so
이제
what was the
저희가
plan in
아무래도
coming with this roster
고정
today?
엔트리도 해보고 이제 여러
I mean,
가지
we tried to
엔트리도
stick with one
해봤는데
네.
lineup, and then we tried to
다
kind
결과가
of
안 좋았어가지고
try a lot of different lineups,
그냥
and we
여러
all
가지
ended
시도를
up getting
하던
bad
도중에
results.
그냥
So
최대한 좋은 방향으로
this one was the
지금
one
이렇게
we kind
엔트리를
of
완성한
came
것
up
같아요.
to get the best result
와, 그런 데면서
possible.
이제 그럼 게임 얘기로 들어가서
Then let's move
젤리의
on to the
알리스타,
game.
젤리스타가
The Jelly
진짜
Star,
간만에 거의 뭐
Jelly,
엄청난
your
진짜
Alistar
알리스타의
was
명동기가
doing a
옛날
lot of
생각날 만큼
work,
활약을
you know?
했어요. 알리스타 요즘
Every
그렇게 이니시
engage
잘하기
was
어렵지
coming in
않나요?
clutch. Isn't it really hard to engage an Alista right now?
요즘 나오는 챔프들이
Well,
되게 알리같이
the meta champions
직선적으로
right now
들어가는 챔프들한테 너무 강한 챔프들이
is
많아서
actually
되게
really
되게
strong
힘든데
into Alista, that a champion that kind of goes straight into for engage. However, our coaching staff just told me, be confident because you're good at this champion. So I said okay, and I was able to get a good result.
몇 개 전투 장면에서 야 이게 진짜 CC가 맞아라는 생각이 들 정도로 과감하게 들어간 장면들이
In
있었어요.
several
그런데
fights,
나머지
we were
팀원들과의
really
합들이
bold
굉장히
going
좋은 장면들이 많이
into the
나왔었거든요.
fights. However,
그때 이게
the follow-up from the teammates was really on point as well. So who makes call for fights? You or all together? Generally, when I go in first, we all make a like. We all end up in one order. So I go in as a supporter, and then all the other players just follow. Well, the engagement from the side of Afrika was really wombo combo because Alista goes in and then Galio covers with the ultimate, and then Rumble also put down red carpet. So Korean casters were really amazed by this combo.
상황이 언젠지 모르겠는데
I don't really exactly remember when was it, but
제가 플래시를 들고 있던 상황이면
whenever I had flash up,
이니시를 하고
I usually go in for initiation, and then
다 같이 얘기했던 것 같아요.
the rest of the teammates come with the follow-up CC chains.
썼을 때 성공 사례가 적다 보니까 탑 칼리스타 보는
Well,
생각에 좀 어떤 거
Kalista
같나요?
top was not having a lot of success in LCK.
라인전이 센 챔프인 건 맞는데 아무래도
I mean, it is really strong in the
오늘
laning
같이 이
phase,
스테이지에서 이제
but
제가 처음에
as you
프리
saw in game
빠져가지고
number
좀
2, I started
그러면
without flash.
라인 압박을 하기 좀 어려운
So it was really
상황이었어가지고
hard for
이제
me
그런
to
상황만
put a
안
lot of pressure
나오면은
during the
저는
laning phase, but
쓸만한 픽인 것
if
같아요.
there's no accident
기록을 하나
like that,
말씀드리자면
I think
LCK에서
Kalista is a
탑
very
칼리스타
viable
쳤습니다,
champ.
지금.
그렇죠.
네.
네.
그만큼 사실은 시도할 수는 있지만 성공하기는 어려운
So
기회라는
yeah, I
얘기가
guess
있었거든요. 그래서
it is worth a
연습을
try,
해도
but it's really
안
hard
나올
to
것이다.
pull off a
뭐 이런
success
얘기들이 좀
out of
있었는데,
it.
일단 그 좋은 장면 쓰신 거 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고
Finally,
그럼
Keen was
오늘은 아예
the first one to get a win on Kalista
머릿속에 좀
on top
두고
side
뱀픽에
today.
들어간 거였어요?
이제 칼리스타 같은 경우는
So
아무래도
in terms of
그냥 저는
Kalista,
재밌어서 그냥 계속 하다 보니까
it was
자신감이 있는
just fun,
상태라서
so I kept playing it as, so I was really confident on this champion. So I kept telling my coaching staff that I will be able to play it in competitive games.
연패가 이제 끊어지면서
So you guys
남은
finally
세계
stopped
경기
the
중에서 제가
losing
알기로는
streak.
2승을 기록하면은 일단
And if
승자나온
you
상관이 없고 모든 경기를 얻어내고
pick up
나머지
2
상황들을 좀
wins,
지켜보면은 더
you
좋은
will be
가능성도 이제
just
열리는
so
그런 상황이
safe
됐잖아요.
away from the relegation zone, and
근데 남아있는
depending
팀이
on the
지금
situation,
GRF
you might
T1이란 말이에요.
be
쉽지
able
않은
to
그런
also
대회인데
get a playoff
어떻습니까?
ticket, but your opponents will be GRX and T1.
이제 아무래도 저희가 조금
I mean,
경기력이 안 좋긴 한데
Our
이제
performance is really
마음에
bad
이제
currently,
한 가지 짐이 있었다면 그걸 좀
but
내려놓고
we
다시
finally
시작하는
was able to
기분이라서
put down a
그냥
huge
재밌게
burden
즐길
in
수
our
있을 것 같아요.
hearts, so we will be able to kind of enjoy and be more into the game from now on.
지금 너무 경기 잘 풀어내고 약간 우울한 표정을
Jelly,
짓고 있어서
how are you feeling? I mean, you look so depressed. I mean, you guys were wonderful today. The Jelly Star.
예술이다.
취해도 돼요 오늘은.
네.
I mean, you guys have to deserve this joy of victory.
오늘 첫 세트 같은 경기력만 계속 나오면
Well, if I will be able to pull off a performance that I did in game number 1, maybe we can dream about going into the playoffs. Even when we cannot make it with our own hands. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Africa fans are also wishing Africa to get the playoff spot. So, any last message for your fans?
이제 저희가 2라운드 들어서
Well,
이제
coming into round 2, we were keep showing very bad performance, and we are truly aware of that, and we are doing really hard. So we will do our best in our remaining series and show the best performance we can. So keep supporting us. Thank you.
이제 2라운드 들어서 연패를 이제
Yeah, in the second round robin, we finally stopped our losing streak and got our first victory, but we only have 2 series left, but we will do our best to show the best performance that we can. And I really wish to make it to the playoffs, but even if we cannot make it, we will do our best to maintain a good performance until the summer split.
승자 인터뷰를 하게 되면은 좀 뚫린 데서 했으면 좋겠어. 거기가 약간 울리다 보니까
And next time when we have a winner interview, we will hope Africa players to have a better spacing for this POG interview on a video call. And this will be the end of the interview from Jelly Keen from Africa Freaks, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your interview translation as per usual. And thank you, Valdez, for standing in for good old LS as he was... Sorry, thank you, LS, for standing in for yourself after you were feeling a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, sorry. I stepped out of character there just for a moment. As you can see, Africa now find themselves only 1 win away from Damwon. But KT still with 1 match to play also, but still sitting at 8 wins, so going to be difficult for Africa to eclipse either of these teams. But if KT and Damwon do some losing, then it's likely that Africa might be able to sneak towards a playoffs berth. We'll see whether they can do so. Also, our hearts go out to Mystic, who had some pretty horrible news just recently. And I really hope that things are going well, or as well as they can over there, and that his Africa family are making sure that they support him during a really difficult time. But I don't want to end it on a sad note like that, but Mystic certainly has been through a lot over the last recent few days, so certainly forgive him if he's had some upsetting performances recently, because you could imagine there are other things on his mind.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving on, we do have our biggest day ever tomorrow. This is going to be gigantic. DRX versus Damwon. I wasn't expecting this to be the key matchup, but it feels like it is, as T1 versus KT is looking like a telecom war that's still well and truly T1 favored, as KT have faltered a little bit towards the end of round 2, but still a very hype matchup considering KT's form. And already we heard from Teddy and Effort that they are preparing a lot for this KT match and respect KT for the amount of work that they've been putting in. DRX versus Damwon, though, man, I am so ready for this matchup. It is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, it's pretty massive, especially at the end of the split. Every single game feels like it holds extra weight, even though, you know, it's not actually true. Every game holds the same amount of weight. It just feels like that because there's so much on the line in terms of which teams will make it and what seeds they're going to get and who's going to be knocked out and all that good stuff. So make sure you're actually you're coming in to watch us tomorrow. Me and LS should be back to bring you some more LCK.
Yep, and that'll do it for us for tonight. So good night, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow for that huge day. Don't miss it.
And never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever